Hey everybody, welcome back to Backlog Banter. I'm your boy Abram, joined as always by Mr. Tucker Hazel. We're here today to talk about, well, apparently we're here to do physical
Howie.
damage,
Howie.
but we're also here to do some spiritual, some mental damage by talking to you, and
Sure.
that's
Yeah.
like living downstream from like a uranium factory, in terms of the
Factory? Is that where they make it? They
they
should
make it,
stop that.
they make it. But Tucker, I didn't spend my 2025 in the uranium factory. I spent it playing video games, and so did you.
No, you did. It's called your job. The uranium factory. We used to call your job going to the mines. I'm like, hey, how's the day in the
Because
mines?
because any job can really be the mines because the children
That's
yearn
true.
for them.
Whoa. That's a 2025 reference.
Well, we were saying
Abram,
that before Jack Black made it uncool.
that's a great point. That's a
But
great
you know
point.
what was cool? Let's try this
Video
again.
games?
Playing video games.
Okay, all right, there we go.
So we're gonna continue our yearly tradition of talking about
Video games.
video games, and we're going to share our top X number of games that corresponds to the year. I can't figure out a good way to explain this, but here's the gist, right?
It's
20
really simple.
2025, last two digits, 25, 25.
Correct. Yes.
We have 25 games each that we played in 2025 that we enjoyed that we want to talk about. Except Tucker, I don't.
Uh-oh.
I don't.
What? How many do you have?
I have
Christ.
17. I have 17. And then I have 8 concepts, pieces of software, pieces of hardware, or memories that I'm going to intersperse. Because here's the thing. 2025
All right.
for me was an excellent year for video games.
Sure. Yeah, me
It
too.
was also an excellent year for many other dimensions of my life. So I played fewer games this year than I have in previous years, but the ones that I did play and really loved, I really loved a lot. And I would consider 2025 for me to be a highlight year in my career as a video game player. So it's not to say that because I have less than 25 games, I thought it was a poor year.
Sure.
It's simply to say that these are the ones that really stuck with me, and then I included some other things that to me are as meaningful as some of these games, and are all gaming related. I think you're actually going to really like what I've done here. But
Okay, all right. But here's
Yeah.
the fun thing about this.
Okay.
We give ourselves the leeway to do kind of what we want. We
Yes.
used to start these videos by saying they're donkey style, in that these games did not need to release in the year, and that's going to be reflected on both of our
Yes.
lists. Plenty of games that released before 2025, of course, on both our lists. Some that came out in 2025. And you're taking that concept and just running with. You're sending it out to like the farthest reaches of the Milky Way. You're like, wait, get anyone in here. And Abram,
Yeah.
this is a slippery slope.
Why?
Because this is supposed to be about video games. And it's
It is
kind
about-
of, but it's not. Oh, but you know
It
what?
is. It is.
We'll see in a couple years how much you've really ruined the sanctity of this list.
You
This
can-
is a pivotal moment here.
You can judge by the end of the list if I have interrupted this. No, you don't interrupt the sanctity of something. You destroy the sanctity of something.
Sure, yeah,
We'll find out if I've destroyed the sanctity of this series in probably an hour and 40 minutes from now.
Correct.
But Tucker, you go first. Oh, also, by the way, my list isn't ranked. Sorry, it's also not ranked. Except for my game of the year. I do have a game of the year.
Sure. Yeah. And I know what
did,
it
but-
is, so it's like it's not even fun to think about. Well, so here's what I will say is the sanctity of my list is far more intact than yours. But it's not fully intact. And here's what I'll say is in previous years, I've made a point to either say like, hey, here's the games I completed, or like these are my new like favorite games from this year. But last year, I really did significantly change my game playing habits in 2025, and that I was far more concerned about my own personal education with games and the breadth of the games industry than I was with getting deep into games. And now that's kind of always been true, but it was significantly more true last year in that there are games on my list here that I only played for 2 hours or something like that. And so really what my list here is all games that I liked, all games that I would strongly recommend, but it's more on that side. And then this is going to be a sampling of games that I loved and finished at the top, and then near the bottom, because I don't think I finished enough games that I truly loved this year, these are going to be ones that I thought were really, very interesting, that I think people maybe don't know about or have overlooked, that I suggest people go and check out. And so mine this is different from my my favorite top 25 games of the year. It's kind of that, but it's also kind of not. Like I dropped a few things off for the sake of variety. Like I would actually have like 3 Yakuza games on here, but I decided to opt for just one so I can get a little more variety in here. I'll just talk about my journey with Yakuza near the top of the list. But so my 25 is also different and has less sanctity than previous years. So I'm on the slippery slope. I'm not like careening down it like a cartoon character like you are though.
Tumbling down it like the great cheese roll, which
Whoa.
which we learned about recently.
That is true.
Hit,
So you
hit
do
me
want me
with
to
it.
start though?
Yeah, yeah, hit me with it. Give me one.
Uh
Give me one.
I played Lies of P somewhat recently actually. Lies of P is really really cool, and it is the first. Is it? I think it's the first like truly Souls-like game that I've played that didn't come from Software. I'm a big fan of Dark Souls, big fan of Bloodborne, big fan of Elden Ring, um, and I'd always heard that Lies of P was like in contention with those, and I don't like it as much as I like any of those other 3 games, but I mean, when I say that Round 8 Studios, the team that made Lies of P, stole from Software's whole flow, I mean that with like as much love as I can muster. Is like, I am so surprised that the studio that this is their first like console game, their first AAA game. They've been working like MMOs and things like that before that. That they made a game that's like designed and the same quality level as Dark Souls and Bloodborne. And I'm like, well, howdy. Hello there. I discovered From Software Junior this year, and now I get to be excited for their future games. Lies of P is very cool. It does have some of its own ideas in terms of the combat design that do make it stand out. You have each weapon is a handle and like a blade, and they each do different things. And so you can mix and match blades and handles to like really customize what you want out of your weapon. You've got a couple more options in terms of like spells that are integrated in your moveset in interesting ways. I thought it was really cool, and also it is based on Pinocchio, and it's so these little ways that it like plays with like the story of Pinocchio, but updates them for this real world. It's about your main character like becoming a real person, and the concept of lying to others, and like these things you think about when you think about Pinocchio are like, oh, they're all there in subtle, interesting little ways. The lamp that you hang on your belt is the like cricket that he carries with him. It's it's these little touches. Ooh. Oh, and also the loading bar is a Pinocchio nose going, boop, and it says now lying instead of now loading. And I'm like, you're clever little bastards over there at Round 8, aren't you? So yeah, I really really enjoyed Lies of P, and I also say that part of the reason why I was able to get into it and finish it, even though I didn't finish many games above it, and didn't finish many games this year, is it does have an easy mode, which is one of the first times I can think of in a more hardcore Souls like this, where there is an easy mode. And it is easier than a lot of other Souls games, but it's not too easy. I still got caught on a couple of bosses and mini bosses and things, so I recommend people who maybe trying to get into this style of game give this a try, because it's not as obtuse as a FromSoft game. It's not as difficult as a FromSoft game if you're playing it on that lower difficulty. It's not as long as a FromSoft game, so I think it's actually a really good entry point. It keeps a lot of the same qualities, but it's just a little bit more condensed, and I think that's actually really really cool, and part of the reason why I liked it in conversation with things like Bloodborne and Elden Ring and Dark Souls.
Also, Tucker, imagine what their next one is going to be like.
Yeah, because this was their first one.
Yeah, it's a great example of a team, and there's one of these teams like this that I'll mention later. But like, if this is
Sure.
their first thing, imagine their second.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Let me hit you here with Mafia: The Old Country.
Oh, you hit me. Ow.
I thought Mafia: The Old Country was really great. What I like about this game a lot is that it didn't ask all that much of me. It's not trying to take up too much of my time. It's not trying to encumber me with too many systems. It's here
Sure.
with a very specific purpose. It's here to give me this story that is grounded in real Italian history. And some people like Giovanni Colantoni have written some great pieces about sort of the historical backgrounding that Mafia: The Old Country is playing in. And it's here to give me just some really satisfying gunfighting that looks very standard on its surface, But then, actually, in the way that the guns feel quite old, sometimes
Hmm.
the aim doesn't quite feel right.
Oh, interesting.
Sometimes you feel like you miss a little bit, but you thought you were aiming at the guy. There's this little bit of friction in there that also feels sort of authentic to the era of the
Sure.
game. But what's most interesting to me about it is that the way that the story, which is um, playing on these tropes. It's a mafia story.
Yeah.
You've seen many of these, but it's not so sort of beholden to reality and to sense.
Huh.
I'll give
Hmm.
you a spoiler because you're not going to finish the game.
No.
Basically, the last mission happens in sort of the height of an exploding volcano in the background, and
Are you serious?
everything's like all fucked up because of this
Huh.
volcano. The game is very interested in what is the right degree of melodrama.
Mafia Pompeii.
Exactly, what's the right degree of melodrama and huge dramatic stakes to
Hmm.
introduce here to make the gunfighting or the knife fighting or sort of the very simple um, car racing and stealth gameplay feel a little bit more important.
Hmm.
And I really like that a lot. It doesn't feel so encumbered, and it actually gets more and more fantastical as the game goes along, going from this very slow, plodding, oppressive feeling, opening in a mine as your main character is
Yeah.
working in a mine, to being in the specter of this massive volcano as it's erupting. Yeah, I think that the game is also really good at suggesting that the world is bigger than it is. It's a linear game.
Yeah. Hmm.
It's surprisingly linear. There are these races that I don't even think you can fail.
Really?
But the game always
Sure.
is suggesting that there's more out there. You look over these beautiful horizons and these beautiful skyboxes and say, okay, well, Sicily really is this vast place.
Hmm.
But the game knows what it needs and what it doesn't need, and I think that that's a really important skill in an era where game development is so expensive and games taking so long to make.
Hmm.
Knowing what's important to your game and what isn't important to your game is something that I think some other developers could stand to learn from.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah. It's interesting. It's one that I wish I loved, but I also played 2 or so hours of it, and I had a lot of technical issues. There was just like character models like on the edges of like their hair was like really weird, like buzzing light, and like the just everything looked fuzzy. So I don't really know what was up with that. Maybe it was just like weird launch thing that got patched out. That's totally possible. It's something that I'd like to give another shot because I think in everything that you mentioned there, that does sound like something that would appeal to me. Alongside some of my other favorite games, something like Uncharted. But yeah, that is that, and what you mentioned about the increase in spectacle and the linearity and stuff. I'm like, these are all points in my mind that would make me enjoy it more. So, good shout out there. Um, I'm gonna shout out for my 24th game, Sonic Racing Crossworlds. Sonic Racing Crossworlds is a game that's gotten a lot of jokes made about it. A lot of people kind of treating it as the butt of a joke, but I gave it a try and I think it's awesome. I just think it's so well made. And Abram, I think this is the real kicker. Um, it's kind of one of the first times I can say that about a game from Sonic Team. Is that this game is technically solid. It is beautiful. It runs very well, very smooth frame rate. And it like takes advantage of modern hardware and that all the textures are clean and stuff. And like even a game like Sonic Frontiers that I really do like is not that. And Sonic Forces definitely isn't that. And Sonic Lost World isn't that. Like you look back at their history and like they're kind of just this team that's been stumbling along and trying weird things and like half succeeding on occasion. But they made their first racing game this year, and it's just really, actually, genuinely very good. From all the technical elements as I mentioned, and then on a gameplay level, I just found it really, really satisfying. The drifting and the track design, and everything. Everything's got a great sense of spectacle. There's always like crazy things going around on the side of the tracks, and of course, it does have this cross-world element that I wasn't able to experience the crossover element of it because those elements are mostly relegated to DLC. Like I wasn't driving on the Minecraft track or anything like that. But what it does mean is that one of my biggest it alleviates one of my biggest problems that I've had with racing games is that going through X track on an X racing game is going to be different because you got different people that you're playing with and you've got different items, whatever. But the tracks themselves largely don't even change. Even in something like Mario Kart Tour or the DLC for Mario Kart Deluxe, where like the tracks are quote unquote evolving as you go, it is a path. The path changes partway through, but you can't change that path. So it's cool, but it's not really actually that different. But Sonic Racing Crossworlds kind of does the thing that one cool update for Smash Ultimate did, where the stage can shift halfway through. It's that, but for a racing game, and that at 2 points, or no, I guess 1 point in the middle of each track, like lap 1 and then lap 2, you get to choose which map you go to, or the person in front gets to choose. And so you like go a little bit to the left or a little bit to the right, and you get to choose which world everyone is going to go to. And it instantly loads. You're there on the next map. And that little sense of variety halfway through a round keeps it way more engaging, in my opinion. And just goes to show the amount of variety and visual spectacle that all the different maps have, because they're quite literally juxtaposed once against one another. And so yeah, I just thought it was really really fun. I wasn't particularly interested in diving into like the cart customization or the unlockables or anything like that, but I think it's like 8 or 9 cups that each have like 2 or 3 tracks in them, and so it's just like it's a perfect couple hours racing game with for me with a lot of spectacle and really technically solid. I was just really really impressed by it.
Yeah, I like what you say about it also being from Sonic Team, just because all the other ones are from Sumo Digital.
Correct. Yeah.
And that this game has a unique flavor, I think, is an indication of what can happen when you give a very different team, but a team that is also interested in speed and spectacle, a racer. Yeah. So I think that is very cool the way that they shifted the dev team there. Let me give you my first concept here to kind of tell you what I'm working with. I'm going to give my next shout out to photo mode, because Tucker, photo mode,
sure, you used a lot of that this year.
Photo mode defined my 2025 game playing in a pretty major way. Yeah. It's not something I'd been super interested in previously. I'd done a very little bit of it here or there, but I really found myself loving the way that particularly Mario Kart World and Donkey Kong Bonanza deployed photo mode. Mm-hmm. And I interestingly, I didn't enjoy the way that photo mode was deployed in Ghost of Yotei when I tried it later, because Ghost of Yotei, and I think a lot of non-Nintendo games, will give you these extremely in-depth tools to do photo mode. But what I love about the way that Nintendo employs it is that it strips back a lot of that option. There's no f-stop option here. You have a couple tools. You got some filters, you got some depth of field effects, you can pan the camera, you can tilt it, you can zoom, but you can't do much more than that. And I think that really forces me to be creative in how I'm going about getting interesting shots. I especially felt this in the Pikmin 4 free update this year, where they added photo mode there. I really found myself having to be interestingly nimble and acrobatic in my game playing to get myself in an interesting place, so when I enter photo mode, the limited tools can do more. And I really just found this to be a fun meta game across all of these games I mentioned and more. Like Legend ZA was another one that I spent a lot of time in photo mode in. And I found that it just gave me a different appreciation for a lot of these game spaces. It really made me consider them differently. Not just how are they functioning, or how are they beautiful from an art direction perspective, but when I get into the photo mode, what are these little details in the world? How do they bring the world to life?
Sure.
And I think now that I have a stronger sense of place and a stronger kinship to these games as a result of tooling around in photo mode, specifically because of the limitations that a lot of these Nintendo games put on you in this mode.
Yeah, so which of the elements that are in a more traditionally featured photo mode are the ones that turn you off? Because
all of them.
Here's a question.
Yeah.
Do you feel obligated to use them if they're there?
I think that, you go into Ghost of Yotei, and what you're going to find is a sort of more professional suite, though the same way that if you're using a professional camera, you're going to have similar options. And I think that what it means to me is it kind of feels less toy-like and more like this very technical...
Oh, sure. Yeah.
And this much more technical process where I can't get the most out of my photos if I'm not understanding how to use the f-stop and the
Mm,
white balance and everything. Whereas it almost feels more like a not only more toy-like but more kind of puzzle-like in these Nintendo games, of saying, okay, well, I don't have a lot of latitude here in the options it gives me. So
sure.
how can I really carefully almost break the photo mode? How can I get Donkey Kong in a place where the photo mode camera typically doesn't allow me to put him? And how can I use that to get a shot that maybe not many other people have gotten? I think that the limitations breed a lot of creativity in the moment to moment game playing before you enter the photo mode, in a way that
Hmm.
the more featured ones are much more interested in how you're technically manipulating the aspects of like this real camera.
Hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think I think it's interesting, and I'm going to say something that is in a Tucker Hazel knows Abraham in a very well way that is both an insult and a compliment. Is that this is very emblematic of how your mind works.
Sure.
In that I played Ghost of Yotei this year, and easily the most I've ever used a photo mode,
Oh, sure.
and
Yeah.
I don't think it's as complicated as you're making it sound, because you
Yeah.
just tweak the time of day and like rotate the camera, and you can get cool shots.
Well, because Ghost of Yotei is a very beautiful game. It's an intrinsically
Oh,
beautiful
true.
game.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No matter where you put, what angle you
Yeah.
put the camera at, you're gonna get something that looks good.
Yeah.
But no, yeah, I think that's very interesting. Yeah, yeah, it's a gaming concept. So there you go. That's your number 24.
Yes.
My number 23, Abram, is Bulletstorm.
Nice.
Shout the fuck out to Bulletstorm, a game that I really didn't know about going into this year. And this is a good example of a game that I played basically only because there's two reasons why I played it. Number one, it was leaving PS Plus at the point that I had access to it. It was like, hey, it's February or March or whenever I played it, and it's gonna be gone at the end of the month. We're not gonna have it on the service anymore. And so I'm like, okay, I'll just download it, give it a try. So that was reason one. Reason two is I was like, I've never played a game from People Can Fly before, and I'm like, yeah, this is a studio that I've heard of, but like, I just don't really know their games, and let's just jump into one of them and get a little taste and like try to
Yeah.
understand who that studio is, and that's actually a good example of a lot of the games that I ended up enjoying quite a bit this year. Is something that I kind of just jumped into sight unseen in order to familiarize myself with a new corner of the games industry, and Bulletstorm was definitely one of those. And what I found is a very old school, and when we say old school, I mean PS2, PS3, Xbox 360 era linear shooter, uh, and boy, do you feel it, especially in the level design, in the like what I lovingly refer to as the anal beads level design to structure, which is linear area, open area for combat, linear area, open area for combat. It has that in spades. You're walking into a thing and you see waist high walls, and you're like, well, I'm gonna fucking shoot some guys here. But where I often find a lot of the more traditional third person shooters fail for me, where Bulletstorm really succeeds, is it makes the combat feel incredibly dynamic with the abilities that you're given. And so you have this like, I don't know, it's a fucking energy gauntlet of some kind. Who the fuck cares? And that energy gauntlet and the abilities that it imbues you with give you this, similar to why I really love the combat in something like Control. It gives you this feeling that you're like a god playing with your toys. And so the enemies like run up to you and you shoot this like energy grapple them and you whip them up into the air and they float there and you go boom 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 and you slam them down on the ground and you can like grapple onto a like explosive barrel and pull that towards you and then shoot it and like throw it at them. And so it has this like really like kinetic, energetic feel to the combat that I was just like totally wowed by. And like it's just straight up that combat that made me stick through to the end. I do think the game looks pretty cool. It's got this very saturated look. It's that gray and brown base that we usually would see out of a 360 or PS3 game. But it has these pops of orange and yellow and stuff that do give it kind of this like almost tropical, like evening sunsetting kind of feel. I'm like, oh, this is kind of nice. So yeah, I was really impressed by it. The art direction is strong. The combat is really great, and I, honest to God, don't remember much more about it. But it's that visceral feeling of being in the moment and doing these really cool things that are simple on a mechanic level, but very satisfying to do. That I thought was really really impressive. And so Bulletstorm is one of those games where I'm like, I don't unabashedly love Bulletstorm, but I really really enjoyed it. It surprised me, and I recommend that other people go and try it. It might, I don't know, it might be something that you're interested in if you ever end up
Yeah.
giving it a try. But it was very very fun.
Yeah, this is one I would like to play. I think especially the score dimension of it would be really interesting to me.
Oh, yeah, because there is this kind of like combo system,
Yeah.
racking up high scores, and then I'm pretty sure that is, and this might be interesting to you. I'm pretty sure that is how you get fucking XP points or whatever to like
Sure.
upgrade your skill tree and unlock new abilities. In that combo between high score and a skill tree, that might engage you a little deeper than what you usually see out of a skill tree in the game.
Yeah, I think so. Um, here's one for you. Here's a replay from this year that I thought was pretty illuminating. By the way, I replayed a number of games this year that I didn't include because I didn't have anything new to say about them. But this one I did. I beat Star Wars: The Force Unleashed this year. And what was so interesting about this revisit of it is it's a game that I loved a lot when I was a kid, but on a very surface level. And I replayed it, the Wii version of it, through the Switch remaster this year, and I replayed it after having done every DMC game back to back to back last year.
Yes,
And
you did.
in doing that,
Didn't you
kind of,
just?
yes, in doing that and kind of tuning myself more deeply to the way that a character action game works, revisiting Force Unleashed, it kind of felt like a totally different game because it's built on a lot of the same combo principles of a character action game. But what's intriguing about it is that this is a game that is very much willing to sacrifice balance for the power fantasy of
Sure.
being this force using character. It doesn't really care that you can totally break the game by simply force choking a powerful guy, picking them up, moving them over, and dropping them like a claw machine off the map. It knows that it's more fun to let you do that. And so when you have that sort of power fantasy and you have this real fundamental sense of how to deploy character action game concepts, it really just unlocks this game that I think really hasn't been beaten in the world of Star Wars, not from a perspective of fidelity or storytelling, but from a perspective of just really unlocking this very primal, very strong feeling Force user. I've never played another Star Wars game that really takes the ankle weights off quite like this one. So replaying it with that DMC experience, it really showed me a different game than the game I'd known for, at this point, 15 years about.
Were there any other Star Wars games that you played this year that kind of like, I don't know, in conversation with that and your love of the series?
Yes, but it's a discrete entry on my list. Do you want me to go twice and you go twice?
No, I was just trying to give you a chance to talk about Star Wars. I thought
Okay,
I'd be,
well, don't
I thought
worry.
I'd be kind to you.
We'll be back. We'll be back.
You and Star Wars. Oh, what a classic combo. Okay, next up, Abram, is easily the oldest game on my list, and might be the oldest game I've ever had on one
Cool.
of these lists. And this is the people lovingly refer to this genre as boomer shooter. But this is a boomer shooter of the era. This is I'm going to be talking about Blood. Blood, Abram. What do you know about Blood?
I know that I got a lot of it in my body, but I'm looking it up right now. You keep talking. I'm looking it up.
Blood is the original shooter from Monolith Productions. Now, again, much like People Can Fly, much like Bulletstorm, I played Blood to learn about Monolith. Monolith is a very storied
They made Fear,
dev
right?
team.
Am I on the right?
They
right
did
track
make
here?
Fear.
Okay.
Yeah, I also ended up playing that. I thought Fear was pretty good. I also played some Condemned Criminal Origins, which I thought was a little bit more interesting. But Blood is the one that I really surprisingly resonated with a lot more. It is similar to Quake and Doom and the older Duke Nukem games, and like a lot of these games built in this similar engine, similar level structure, collecting a key to go around. The first person gun is like straight in the middle of the screen kind of thing.
Yeah.
2D sprites for the enemies that in a 3D world. A lot of these things felt similar to me because I'd played some of these older shooters before. But to me, it was, again, when I talk about kineticism in Bulletstorm, that's also true of Blood, which is a game that's a decade plus older than Bulletstorm, where I haven't really connected with a lot of these older shooter games, Blood was really, really fascinating to me in how fast it was and how uniquely all the guns controlled. The first weapon you get in the
Hmm.
game is a flare gun, which you shoot a flare into an enemy and it takes a second and then it explodes and they catch on fire. It's like, ooh, that's like it's just that little bit of twist where it's not a pistol, it's a flare gun and it acts just that little bit differently. Uh,
Yeah, I'm liking the way that the blood is. I assume that's, given the title, not surprised here. But I like the way the blood is shooting out of these guys as well. This is a very
yeah, well,
impressive looking game.
oh no, totally, totally. I mean, the pixel art's amazing, and what again? It's just a slight twist on everything. Everything's fast. You have a jump, which you don't have
Yeah,
in Doom, and so you can do a little bit of verticality there. But the thing that I also then found even more endearing about it, and the reason why I kind of engage with it on a deeper level, is that it is like this corny B horror movie where
sure.
you're this guy who's like back from the dead to get revenge, and he talks like this. He's like, and he has all these quippy lines, and he'll blow someone up, and he'll be like sayonara, like he has these
Sure.
these lines that are his name's like Caleb Blood, I don't know, something like that, but it has this like campiness tone to it that's very, very obvious from like the first stage, and then the stages continually get more and more wacky. You escape from this sort of graveyard. You go into a train station. You get on the train. You're on the train for a level, so that's kind of cool. It's a little bit more linear in terms of these corridors. And then the train careens off of the path and crashes into an amusement park. And so you get off of the crashed train, and that's the next level. Is this crazy demented amusement park where you're going into these different rides and the weird mirror room, and you're using your guns to like do little like shoot the ducky as it moves along the thing. And I'm like, this is like it's just wacky. It's creative. It's got
Yeah.
this little spark of silliness to it that totally juxtaposes with the gratuitous violence and the horror imagery and things, but it's also a very silly game. And like that silliness, that campiness, the horror tones, the playing with horror tropes, the unique weapons, the speed of the combat. I just was like, I mean, I honestly sat down and expected to play like a level and be confused and then put it down. But I was like, wait, it's got a tone to it that
Yeah.
really it surprised me because I usually feel like I know what to expect out of an older game. But I was surprised by Blood, and I think that's why it really ended up engaging with me differently.
Yeah, that sounds super cool to me. I see that there's a Night Dive did a remastered version that's even
Yeah.
available on Switch.
Hmm.
So I got that on my wish list for when that goes on sale. This is interesting to me just because I find in terms of these classic shooters, I've played the original Doom, I played the original Marathon, and I'm very much
Oh
and
yeah.
Star Wars Dark Forces, and I'm very much with you that I just end up being more confused by these types of games than
Yeah.
anything. So the fact that it
The
didn't,
level design's not confusing in
yeah,
this one.
that really interests me a lot. So I'll definitely check that out. Yeah, as soon as that remaster is a little bit more affordable. But um, I want to mention one here next that we both played together when you featured me on Dev Dive, which was very fun. Tori
Oh.
Saturn.
Oh, sure. Wow. Yeah.
I really love Tori Saturn. Much like the other Tori games, this is a very short, very simple 3D platformer, really in the tradition of Sonic the Hedgehog. And this one more
Yeah.
so than the others, just in the way that it really prioritizes a sense of speed. And I found myself, once he sort of explained to me that there's this whole drop dash mechanic that I had been overlooking, um, that this game really gives you the opportunity to break it in a way that's very satisfying to
Mm-mm.
me.
Yeah.
As soon as you sort of discover these ways that you can chain moves together to clear outrageous pits, to touch 25% of the level from the start to its finish.
Yeah.
It becomes extremely satisfying to workshop your route and execute on it. Because the game is so small, it feels very doable. And I found myself running and rerunning these stages for better and better times and scores, and just really enjoying seeing the way that the Tori Saturn the Tori series has been refined on its way to Saturn. So I found this to be a really, really enjoyable game that was significantly improved by its short length. That really just inspired me to
Sure.
take the afternoon it demanded to understand it very deeply.
Yeah, and especially that is true because, as what you mentioned, you played through it and you told me, like this is it's kind of like you said. I think you maybe said it was kind of slow or like it
Yeah,
just like kind of felt like something was missing. And I'm like, well, straight up, you like missed like the mechanic that the game is designed around. And now, to that point, there was like bad signposting at the beginning of the game initially. I think it's since been patched by
probably
the
is
dev.
fixed now.
But if the game wasn't as short as it even is if you're not using drop dash, I don't think you would have been incentivized to either finish the game or check it out again. And
Yeah,
so the fact that you're like, okay, oh, I missed this thing, I'll just hop into it and I can probably finish it. The game's like an hour long. You can finish it in way less than a fucking hour if you're using the mechanic that makes you go faster.
yeah,
And so that also, I think, combined in a way that also it's, quick and replayable, given its length. And so yeah, that's a good shout out, and I'm glad you kind of had that journey with it, where I
yeah,
think it helped you to appreciate the game a little more, playing it and realizing how it would feel if you didn't use a mechanic, and then because then you got to have that surprise moment of like, oh, there
yeah.
is something more to this. And then I think you maybe even played through it a couple of quick times. Am I right about that? Or
Yeah, to get the S ranks. Yeah,
oh, shout out to an S rank in a video game. Abram, I'll give you a pat on the head. That was a video game.
thank you very
Thumbs up
much.
to Abram. Thumbs up
Thank
to
you very
Abram.
much. I'll
Abram,
disappoint you next time.
Abram, let's finish up my trilogy here of
Of shooters?
random shooters
Cool.
that I was really, really surprised by. And this is the one that I can't stress enough. Ooh, maybe from this entire list. Well, no, there's something higher up that I think I more personally recommend, but this is a game that I think a lot of people would enjoy, but they just don't know it, and that is Evil West. Now, again, we're talking in a very similar vein as specifically Bulletstorm, in that it's a old school designed third person shooter with crazy combat from a team that I never experienced a game from. This is Flying Wild Hog, the development team. They announced that they're doing a Tomb Raider reboot coming out actually this year, and I was like, okay, Flying Wild Hog, I've heard the name. I don't know anything about you. Evil West on Game Pass, let's go give it a try. Downloaded it. I did a stream. I streamed for over 2 hours, and I was just so impressed by Evil West. And I think while I was playing it, I was kind of like messaging you and sending you clips of like, Abram, this game is fucking crazy.
Yeah.
It is cowboys and vampires in one world, and you play as a vampire hunter, and you're just destroying these fucking vampires. And so it's got this really cool sort of Western aesthetic. But what really, really impressed me is just incredibly dynamic combat. I think what Evil West realizes that a lot of games kind of stay away from is that giving your player a lot of enemies and liberal access to their flashy moves is actually fucking awesome, and more people
Yeah.
should do that. And so you have this basic melee combo that's pretty satisfying to do, and you have you have like a kick move that you can do that sends enemies flying. So like, okay, you got like a core melee move set that's pretty good. But then you also have this like battery powered electric thing, because like it's something like Nikolai Tesla invented this for the fucking vampire hunters, whatever. It's like some ridiculous nonsense. Where you can like pull enemies towards you and make a electric shield that if they hit it, then they get zapped, and then you can use like a fucking crazy Mortal Kombat punch combo on them. You're doing all this crazy shit, and it's just and you're unlocking moves constantly, and everything flows together so well. You're like doing these like big jump up and punch down move, and you get like a big area of effect. Like it's just so punchy and crunchy and satisfying and dynamic. I was just like totally hooked by it when I got into the gameplay.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the footage of it right now, and what I really like about it is this, like, even just from the couple minutes I've seen and what you've shown me, it's just this, is this way that your melee and your firearms work in conversation
Correct.
to kill the
Yeah.
same enemy, and I often feel like melee just sort of becomes your last resort in a lot of shooter games. Well, the guns failed. Now we're up close. I'm just gonna hit him with the melee, and I'm gonna resolve the interaction. But here, I like the way that you juggle
Yeah.
You juggle a guy into the air, then you pull out that Winchester and you shoot him in midair. This is another one that I really think I would like. I'm keeping a little bit of a tally of games here that I want to check out from what you've said, and so far it's Blood and Evil West.
Uh, Not so much a Liza P guy.
I don't think so.
No, I don't think so either.
You know what,
Yeah,
Tucker? As a sidebar, I'm quite intrigued by Dusk Bloods. I'm quite intrigued to give
sure.
give a game of this stature a try. But
Yeah, sure. We don't know a lot about it, but why not?
I still haven't, I still haven't played Lies of O, so I just don't think
That's
I
a
want
great point.
Lies
Yeah.
of P yet.
But the last thing is I mentioned a lot of the interesting sort of melee combat things, but you also get really satisfying guns. Those are the things that you're kind of like waiting to reload and take a little bit longer to quote unquote recharge. But they also have a satisfying punchiness to it that I think a lot of shooter games kind of miss for me. In that you they it's a console focused designed game, so you have a lot of lock on in terms of like aiming or auto aim, whatever. And the game kind of mixes in these flying enemies and these bigger enemies with weak points to where you do a combo on a guy and it'll like recharge your bullets, and then you can whip out the thing and like shoot a guy on their like big glowing weak point from across the map. And so you get this like, again, as you're saying, swapping between melee and really interesting gun combat that is, it's unlike anything I've seen, because like, you know, when I think of like character action mixing melee and range attacks, I think of Bayonetta, but Bayonetta's guns, I'm gonna be honest, I think are actually very lame to use. Like, you can finish a combo and hold the button and she'll like go, and I'm like, it feels like I'm just like shooting paper at like it's like a fucking confetti cannon.
Yeah,
it's
the
not
guns in that or in DMC are really more to stall an enemy and
correct.
and get them in a position to beat them up with a sword or your fist or something. It's not.
Yeah.
This is different. This is the guns and the melee both have their own equal function, which is cool.
Yeah. So very, very, very strong recommend for me, Evil West. And it's a game that I haven't really heard anyone talk about. And I don't know if it's particularly cheap, but it is on Game Pass if you have access to that. So yeah, big recommend.
It is currently $12.49 on Steam.
That's actually very cheap.
Tucker, next game I want to talk to you about.
It's not a game, right? Didn't you say you would disappoint me next one?
I'm gonna save the disappointment for later.
You. Come on, disappoint me now, yeah.
No, this will excite you. My next one I want to talk about is Pokemon Scarlet.
Oh, okay.
Pokemon Scarlet, I had played a little bit of and was really repelled by when it came out a number of years ago.
Can you shift your mic to more in front of you? Because you're not looking at it.
I know, I don't really like looking at it. Frightens me a little bit. But this year it obviously got a pretty substantial Switch 2 version. Or sorry, it's not a full Switch 2 edition. It's just a big old patch.
Yeah.
And with that patch, I saw the game through in the lead up to Pokemon ZA.
Oh yeah.
Because it felt very wrong to me that I had never beaten Scarlet and Violet.
Mm-hmm.
And now that I have, there's times when I'm playing these games, because I've been playing them still off and on since I beat them a number of months ago, thinking like, man, maybe this is like a top tier Pokemon game for me. Because I think that when the game is running at a reasonable speed, when the game is not dropping you through the floor of the region, and you can really appreciate what's there, it does what I just always want out of Pokemon, which is allow me to go on a journey that I can take a lot of ownership over, and be out in the natural world finding creatures where they live. It's very simple, but I think that not every Pokemon game nails that.
Sure.
And I find that although the actual region of Paldea really leaves something to be desired in how it's laid out, I think that these big, vast, open landscapes full of Pokemon really inspire me and sort of pique my imagination in a way that I think is challenging for a Pokemon game too, just because I've played so many of them now. But I really enjoyed working through the 3 different paths here. The game, I think, purports to be a little bit more open than it actually is. I don't actually think all
Sure.
of the activities are of equal quality,
No, definitely not.
but I just really found myself captivated by the time I spent in the game here, and just little, delights like being able to throw out a Pokemon to auto battle, or walking along the beach and just appreciating all the different Pokemon that are living there in that space.
Yeah, maybe a
Um,
little too many in the Switch 2 version.
yeah, maybe. I mean,
There's
again,
a lot of Pokemon. The game's not
yeah.
designed for that. Whoa,
Whoa, what the
abstract
fuck just
Abram.
happened?
That
There we
was
go.
crazy.
That was crazy. Yeah, I mean, it's. I think ultimately Scarlet and Violet, when you can see them clearly, when you can wipe the gunk off them, when they're not out of focus as my camera just was, they indicate the fact that the fantasy of being a Pokemon trainer is so potent.
Sure.
And
Yeah, 100%.
even for everything that modern Pokemon games sacrifice, like discrete dungeons,
Mhm.
like higher difficulty, all of these things that I kind of chafe against, what is here, this fantasy of being out in the world with Pokemon, is really meaningful. It
Yeah,
just needs to be dialed into a little bit more clearly. And my big
100%.
hope with Wind and Waves is that they understand that what they got so right here in Scarlet and Violet is the abstract. Now I want to see the structure
Sure.
meet the
Yeah.
success of the sort of emergent play experience.
Yeah. Yeah. It's one of those games where I've always been able to actually see through that gunk, and I always felt that joy there, and it's one of those perfect examples to me of straight up fidelity and performance not mattering, in that a engaging world and a gameplay loop is the most important thing, and I've always felt that from Scarlet and Violet. But it is one of those things where I have always been able to understand why it would be difficult to engage with that, to appreciate the world that I like so much, to
Yeah,
appreciate the narrative that I think is actually decently strong, especially in comparison to some
I do
other
too.
Pokemon games. Um, but but yeah, I mean that Switch 2 version is, I mean, it's substantial.
the number
Switch 2
one thing
patch.
the number one thing that Switch 2 version does that I think is so great is that it makes things faster, because I
Oh
think
sure.
even more than the choppiness of the Switch 1 version, the time it would take to load the battle menu, the time it would take to get in and out of an encounter, really made it hard to appreciate the number of Pokemon in the world, and it
Hmm.
made it hard to want to interact with them. But when you can, I think that the Pokemon that Paldea introduces is one of the best
Oh sure.
batches for my
You got any
money,
particular
since
favorites?
yes. My favorite thing about the Paldean Pokemon is a number of wonderful new bird Pokemon we have.
Oh, there's so fucking many of them. Why are there so there's an
Yes,
insane amount?
yes. Um,
What,
I
who jumps
love
out at you?
Squawkabilly
Oh sure. It's a good
or
guy.
Koro, unless I was from a different region. Then you can
Oricorio
kill
is
me.
a Alolan one.
Sorry.
That's two generations before.
I'm also a big fan of Wattrel, who I know is definitely new.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
So
Yoashi's good.
the birds I really really love.
There's a lot of fish. There's so many fish
There are a lot of
Pokemon.
fish. What's the dolphin's name? I love the new dolphin,
Which one? Finizen or Palafin? The
Finizen.
evolution? Yeah, the basic
Yeah,
one. Yeah.
and Tatsugiri is new as well, right?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Gotta love Tatsugiri.
Yeah. There's also a bunch of dog Pokemon. There's like 3 lines of dog Pokemon. You got Mastiff and Mavostiff. You got Grievard and Houndstone, and I think there's even one more.
Yeah,
But they double down on like certain certain types of guys.
what they double down on is Pokemon that are based on animals, which is something that I really love.
Oh sure, yeah.
Um,
You're right. Almost all of them are based on animals,
yeah, and I
except for
find
Varoom and Vivavoom
yes, who I
and
hate, by the
Bramble.
way. I think that I think
Yeah,
that
those
these
suck.
games
Yeah.
would be in my top tier if not for this Team Star. It's funny because Team Star, I think has one of the most has the best story in the game.
Sure. Oh, yeah, I would agree with that. Yeah.
But those fucking
Yeah,
bases,
they're really
man.
bad.
What were they doing with those bases? And I think that this game is just like, we've talked about this so many times, but it's such a microcosm for what Pokemon and Game Freak are currently doing so well and what they need to improve at.
Sure.
But yeah, I'm so glad that I see this game more clearly, and I'll be going into Gen 10 with really a full understanding of everything Pokemon. Because obviously I played all the other games quite extensively other than this one, so that felt like a big wrong I needed to right.
Yeah, yeah, and I actually end up playing Scarlet again, or I guess Violet this year, in that I went and completed the Pokedex or got very close, and also played a good chunk of the DLC. The first one is the uh, not the Isle of Armor, that's Sword and Shield. There's the Teal Mask, and there's the
Something disc, Imaginal disc. No, sorry,
oh
no,
no
that's a fucking
the
Magdalene
Indigo
Bay
Disc.
album.
I played
Yeah, Indigo disc.
the the Green Mask, the teal,
It's the teal
and
mask in the
and the
indigo
Indigo
disc.
Disc. Yeah, I played
Yeah.
Teal Mask. I don't think the Game Freak's very good at DLC. The year before I played Isle of Armor and Crown Tundra, I actually didn't think either of those were very good. And I don't think Teal Mask is either. And from what I played of Indigo Disc, I wasn't particularly sold on it. So I continue to be vindicated in that I don't play the DLC at launch, and then I'm like, I just want to play more Pokemon, and I play them. Like, actually, this is not very good. And
Yeah.
so it'll hit me probably, in 18 months or something when I'm like, I never played Mega Dimension, and I play it, and that shit.
No, same
Egg
with
on my
everybody
face.
hates Mega Dimension, so I
Egg on
think
my
I'm,
face.
I think I'm all right skipping that one.
But yeah, I'm also glad that that Switch 2 and these patches gave you an opportunity to revisit a game
Yeah.
that I love that you never finished. And also I don't know, it might even be on here, but you also replayed Super Mario Odyssey, which was a interesting. His eyes are pogging. His mouth is not yet, but his eyes are pogging. Let's move on to Power Wash Simulator 2. Abram
Cool.
Buhner, I run a tight ship here in Tucker Hazel headquarters. I run a tight ship in terms of I like to do my dishes. I like to fold my laundry. I like to get a little Clorox wipe and wipe my glass desk clean.
Yes.
I'm a very organized person, and there aren't very many games that lean into that. One of my favorite games of all time is Wilmot Works It Out, a game that is solely about organization. And the Power Wash Simulator games are also about being meticulous and cleaning something up. And I played a little bit of the first Power Wash Simulator earlier this year. I was like, yeah. Oh, actually, rewind. I played a little bit of it on either Xbox or PlayStation a couple of years ago. And playing it on a controller felt so fucking wrong to me because I just felt like I was aiming and then I was just like, oh, like the stick just didn't offer me enough granularity. Yeah. And so I downloaded the first Power Wash Simulator on my PC earlier this year, and I played a little bit of that. I'm like, this is fine, just a little bit slow. But Power Wash Simulator 2, they made a couple of small changes to the ways that the levels work, and also the ways that your power washers work, that made this one of my favorite experiences of the year. And I would just like sit there and play it for like 90 minutes and just really sink into a level, because the levels take a very long time. They're very expansive and there's a lot of detail. But the two changes that I want to talk about that make this, I think, a more engaging game is the levels evolve as you go through them. So there's this cool level where you're cleaning like a little town square kind of, and so it's like it's like this booth or a bathroom of some kind. Wait, what is it? Wait, hold on. I'm trying to remember. Oh no, yeah. So this town square. There's like this little thing on the ground. You clean it up, and then it rises from the ground, and it's like this like interesting booth, and you can go inside it and clean like the inside of the roof and stuff. I'm like, obviously, it's not that. That's not like crazy technically interesting, but it's like the fact that my progress made an impact and allowed me to continue forward and view the level from a different angle was just really, really interesting to me. And then they also changed the way that soap works. And in first Power Wash Simulator, you had like wood soap, glass soap, fucking metal soap, and like you'd spray them on the ground, and specific ones were better for different materials. And in this, they're just like, it's fucking soap, baby. Don't fucking worry about it. Spray your goddamn soap on the ground and then clean it up. And that lets you move through the levels a little bit faster, and which matched the pace of the little bit larger, more complex levels. And so I like that sort of balance where, again, I don't know if this makes any sense, but it's kind of like what I was saying about Bulletstorm, where they understand that sometimes the like quote unquote flashier things that you can do are what people really want to be doing and help the pacing. And that's kind of what the soap is for Power Wash Sim. So yeah, I had a very good time with Power Wash Simulator 2. It's got this weird narrative of like, there's like a laser coming out of a volcano and it's like impacting things. I don't know. I never finished the game, but it's weird.
Yeah, I'm very intrigued by Power Wash Sim. I don't think it's the sort of thing I'm massively interested in. I think partially because I don't even really like power washing things in real life, which is like, I think objectively more satisfying than doing it for fake. Mm-hmm. Because you get to like see like dirt and shit like shoot off of things when you use a real power washer.
Sure.
But like, For you, is it like that primal seeing a little bit of gunk get cleaned off a surface that speaks to you, or is it sort of the meta gaming of Power Simulator that does it for you?
Uh what's the meta game?
Like the structure is in all the tools and the upgrading your tools
Oh
and progressing through
no.
areas and stuff like that.
I mean, I like seeing the areas, but like I kind of just find one tool and stick with it, and I don't find the upgrades like particularly compelling. So I'm not like, oh boy, I've got like 20,000 power wash cash or whatever to like
Power
buy a different
bucks.
squirter. But no, I do think it is that like it's being meticulous. I think that's the thing.
Sure.
It's like they do get very granular, and then like if it's like a if there's a little bit of let's say you're power washing like a rock path,
Yeah.
where it's like gravel and the rocks. You only have to clean like the rocks, the bigger rocks, and so you have to clean the tops of them. But then there's a little bit on the sides there, like
Yeah.
where the rock sticks out of the ground just a little bit, and there's a little bit on the sides, and so you just have to like kind of crouch down and like check them on the sides. And I like the like having to like look in the nooks and crannies of things. And also sometimes it's just fun to like it's a fucking billboard, and I'm just like.
Yeah.
Like it kind of covers both. So yeah,
Sure.
I was really surprised by how much I liked Power Wash Simulator 2 in specific.
Okay.
It's gonna be all right, Abram. It's gonna be okay.
Here's a big one. This is a big bucket thing that I put here. Not a game, but it's important. It's important to both of our year this year in gaming. Running around PAX.
Huh, interesting.
I don't
Sure.
think we talk about it enough on BLB really, because there's not a
No,
whole lot of reason to. But
I don't know if we ever have actually.
yeah, I don't know. But you and I make a real habit of going to PAX together, rooming together, finding some other people,
Yeah.
and just getting up to all kinds of things. And this year we did PAX East and PAX West, and I just find these to be as important to my year in video gaming as any particular game that I've played individually.
Huh.
I just have so many fond memories from PAX this year, whether it was hanging out in the hotel lobby eating pizza with
These were our best PAXs, I think.
yeah, hanging out in a hotel lobby eating pizza, talking with Will Borger and Logan
Yeah,
Plant about
It's a good memory. Yeah.
the influential games in our lifetimes, or going to eat tacos with Ethan, the developer behind Nubby's Number Factory,
Yeah.
shooting the shit with Bo and Dan and Linus are waiting to play Pragmata. Like,
Yeah. Yeah.
the gaming industry and community and everything is so digital, just obviously. It's so decentralized. But when we have these moments to get together,
Actually,
not just you and I,
not
but
that digital for me, baby.
whoa. Getting everybody together, getting these experiences that are both particular to the games, but also tangential to them, is really key for me. It's really important for reminding me why it's worth it. Sometimes the discourse can get really bad, people can get really mean, everybody gets kind of pissed off. But then you show up in person.
Shout out to 2025 in a negative way for that
Exactly.
exact reason.
But then you show up in person and you're hanging out, and you're talking about games, you're trying something upcoming, and then you're walking on the demo talking about how excited you were. You're going to get a beer, you're going to grab some food. It just
Yeah.
really is special. So I just wanted to highlight the memories I've had at PAX. I wanted to ask you if you had a particular PAX memory that stuck out that you wanted to shout out.
I think I don't think I've had the chance to share the story on here, but I think that the whole Polish party experience is like one of my strongest memories. Period. Which is that you and I and our friends Bo and Dan,
Yes.
none of us drink on a particularly consistent basis, and we certainly don't get like drunk almost ever. You have a couple of times. I maybe have once or twice.
Yeah,
But
I'll
it's
drink in a
it's
social situation, and like when we lived together in Lincoln, I would say there's probably 3 or 4 times when like the plan for the night was like we're gonna go get drunk, but it's not
it was very
a
rare.
habit really.
No, but we went to a party where they had an open bar, and all four of us got more drunk than it was certainly the most drunk I've ever been. I think it's probably true for Dan and Bo. I'm gonna guess it was
I hope
close
to never
for
be
you.
that drunk ever again in my entire life.
And it was It was just an interesting thing where I was pushed into a scenario that I have never been in before, and probably will try not to be again.
I
But
agree.
it's one of those things where I now have a story to tell, and obviously I'm fine. We all survived. We got home safe.
Yeah, nothing it was all neutral. The worst that
Yeah, yeah,
happened is
yeah.
I had to throw up, but no,
No,
nothing bad
yeah,
happened.
we all threw up. Yeah,
Yeah.
a lot. But that is one of those things where like, what PAX does to me is it puts me in a situation surrounded by people that I'm comfortable with or decently comfortable with. You know, going up to
I'm
Jordan or to
indecently comfortable
Brendan.
with you.
That's so true. But these people that I know like me, I'm like, if I go to an actual bar, I'm like, I don't know who these people are. Like I feel a little bit out of place. But like
Yeah.
talking to Will when I'm drunk, talking to Logan when I'm drunk, talking to Josie or Demetri, or like all these people that I'm like, okay, I know you like a decent amount. It was very, very fun. And so now that I've had that experience and I know more my limits, I think going to more of these PAX parties and putting myself in those situations, I think like I felt myself challenged in that moment. And it was because it was at PAX and I know all these people and they know video games, frankly, that put me in a place where I got comfortable enough to do that. And so it was a good learning, growing moment for Tucker Hazel.
See, I would personally call it maybe the low light of both of our PAXs combined from the year 2025. But
Well,
to each their own.
different. I like to stroke different folks or whatever. Isn't that how the saying goes?
Whoa.
Whoa. Next
Whoa.
up on my list is going to be the altars. The altars.
Cool. Because you love generative AI, right?
We won't go that far. Yeah. Shout out to no.
I'm very curious about this game.
It's really, really, really interesting. I mean,
Yeah.
I think what compels me about the place that we're at in the games industry is that there's so many teams with so many ideas, and they can combine things in interesting ways.
Yeah.
I don't find like these like kind of base building management games particularly compelling. Like I like in concept something like Power World where you can like tell your guys to like go craft something for you or finish up a build. Like I like that in concept, but in execution, it didn't really work for me. And I also don't like, or I haven't liked, these like more god gamey kind of like managing like Fallout Shelter or whatever. Like you're managing like a thing and like, oh, I got a kitchen now, and so they can like
Yeah.
make meals. Like there's this sort of disconnect from both of those genres that haven't really compelled me, but the Altars takes that and it places that in a framework that is both narratively very compelling, as I'll get to, but also balances it. So it's half a Fallout Shelter type game where you've got your people wandering around these rooms and you unlock an extra room and you can like move them around and stuff. But it's also a third person like exploration game where you land on the planets and you get to go around and explore in like an actual physical 3D space. And that's much more my speed. But then it's also put through this crazy, crazy narrative lens where you're an explorer named Jan Dolsky. You were on a like generation ship of some kind. You're going out to collect fucking unobtainium. I don't know what it's, whatever. Doesn't matter. And you're the last one on your ship that lived. And the ship is this giant fucking wheel. It's this giant wheel that all of the rooms are like suspended within. And so the ship like moves around the planet. It's a giant wheel. It's like, oh, that's really interesting. Because you're the last one alive, whatever you're collecting allows you to make clones of yourself that split at different parts in your history. And so you're like, oh, what if Jan went to college or didn't go to college? How would that change his life? And so college Jan became a botanist. And so he stayed with his wife the whole time. But non-college Jan went to work in the mines and he lost his arm and has a lot of trauma from that. And he never was in a real relationship. And so these people are very different. And they fight with one another and you have to manage them. And it's like, narratively, each character is, I think, equally compelling. That's a really fascinating concept of like existing with yourself and like debating with yourself and how could your life have been different and how that affects your personality. And like, so narratively, I'm just so compelled by this. And then the art direction is striking and you've got these crazy vistas with lightning coming down, lava and all that stuff. I'm like, and then it's also a strategy game, and also you're building like pylons to redirect the electricity to go back to the mining thing, and then you tell Miner Jan, who again doesn't have his arm, and you have to like go work there, but he's not quite as effective because he's missing his arm. It's like, but he wants to do it, so it makes him happy. So you're playing with these things that are mechanically a lot like a town building management sim or something like that, where you're like, oh, okay, I want to make sure I keep everyone happy and fed, and like, that's in a Sim City or something like that. But
Yeah.
there's also only 9 people that you or whatever that you have to work with, and so each one is a character, and each one has their own personality. And then there are like cutscenes and narrative moments where like things climax. And once I got enough guys and we moved over to the next area, they had like a party and they sung a song together. And I'm like, this is just, I mean, it's just so forward thinking and combining all sorts of ideas together. I mean, there's truly nothing like The Alters. I think it's one of the most distinct games I've ever played.
It's also just a huge performance lift as well.
Yeah. I think this guy's named Alex Jordan. He's the guy who plays all of the Yawns.
Yeah, that's really cool.
And he's really, really good. And the performance capture is good and stuff. I mean, it's just like, I don't know if it did super well, but like, people say there are no ideas, but I'm like, you didn't play the fucking Alters if you think that.
Yeah. Also from 11-bit, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Making a lot of intriguing things. Publishing a lot of intriguing things, I should say.
Combination, yeah.
Yeah.
They're the developer of the Alters
and
and the Frostpunk games and this War of Mine, and like they've been doing these kind of interesting, like thematically and narratively interesting like management sims for a long time. But this one is also like a third-person AAA-ish shooter. It has that sort of next level up that made it appeal to me.
Am I high on fucking a cocktail of drugs, or did they also publish Indica?
They did, yeah. And Moonlighter and Moonlighter 2. And there's a new Frostpunk coming out in like a year or whatever. Like they do a pretty good little slate of stuff here.
Moonlighter 3, Cruising USA.
Not funny. Next up,
Tucker. 3 games in 1. You get 3 for 1 with this one here.
Okay.
But I'm leading with a Monster Hunter Portable Third.
Sure.
This year was a big Monster Hunter year for me because the release of Monster Hunter Wilds really inspired me to try to better understand Monster Hunter, because one of my best friends, Martin, we used to live together. We used to play Monster Hunter like every day, and I used to see him playing everything. Sometimes it was Rise, which we played some of together. Sometimes it was World. Sometimes it was Monster Hunter DOS emulated, right? So he's playing everything.
Is that what they called the second game?
I don't know if that's what it's called by the community or what it's officially called by Capcom. To be honest with you, it's one or the other.
Monster Hunter DOS. That can't be right.
Look it up. Let's find out.
Spanish?
Let's find out.
Monster Hunter DOS? No, that's DOS, but that's how you spell it. Oh no, it's on the logo. Yeah, Monster Hunter.
There we go.
It says DOS on the 2. That's so fucking weird.
There we go. And so I was like really curious to try to better understand the series. And so on the council of Martin, on the council of friend of the show Brendan over at the Crawl, I played some Monster Hunter Portable Third, which is a Japanese only PSP Monster Hunter game, but translated to English, and I played it on Mr. Steam Deck here. And what I really came to appreciate was this like curmudgeonly rhythm that the old Monster Hunter games have. And I actually found it in some ways much more interesting than the very slick, streamlined boss rush feeling of Monster Hunter Wilds, which I still put a lot of time into nonetheless. But I really enjoyed playing Portable Third, and I really enjoyed the way that things never felt easy. And this is not meant to be difficulty discourse, because the answers aren't always hard. Sometimes a monster will leave the area, and you can't find it on the map because you have to tag it with a paintball that you can use to track it with. And I think just coming to understand these little systems, how they collaborate,
Sure.
and how they make the hunt feel less like you and a monster squaring up and just punching each other till one is dead, making it more of this shrewd, more tactical, more planning-minded experience. It really unlocked for me why this series is special in a way that I think the new games still retain but don't totally execute on. Sure. So one thing I really want to do more of this year is play some older Monster Hunter. One of those, the other game on this sort of triptych of Monster Hunter games, by the way, great word, triptych, that I wanted to shout out was Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate, which is on Switch. and is a little bit of a middle ground between more classic Monster Hunter and what Monster Hunter quickly became from World onwards, which was really my touchstone and understanding of Monster Hunter part of this year. So I really enjoyed my time going back, and I think not only do I want to play some more Generations Ultimate, but I want to continue to go back further and play some like Generation 2 Monster Hunter stuff, which would be like Generation Monster Hunter Freedom on PSP and things like that. So yeah, Monster Hunter broadly gets a big mention because it took up a lot of my hours this year, but I was particularly
Does
moved by
Monster Hunter have like generations as in like Pokemon does? Like, is there like a
yeah.
Generation 4? Generation 5?
Yeah.
What generation is Wilds? Do you know off the top of your head?
No, let's find out.
Because what does a generation mean? Is
All
that
new
like
AI mode.
that
Fuck off, Google. Sixth generation.
6th generation? That's not that many.
Sixth generation.
Huh. Okay, I have to look into that. I just want to know that. I don't want to play all the games. I just want to know it.
Yeah, there you go.
What's the third one?
Monster Hunter 3. Monster Hunter Try. It's Monster Hunter Try, Monster Hunter...
No. What's the third one in your triptych?
Monster Hunter Generations Ultimate.
What was the
Monster
second?
Hunter Portable Third. Monster Hunter Wilds.
Oh, Wilds. Okay, you didn't really talk about Wilds. You want to...
Not really.
Oh, okay. We did a whole video about it.
Yeah, we did a whole video about it. I liked it a lot. I don't think it really... even though it's the one I put the most time into of the three this year, I think it's the one that stuck with me the least. I think I mostly played it as much as I did because I was playing it a lot with other people. And it's really satisfying to just beat the doors off of a bunch of these guys. In my view, I love playing with my hammer. I play as the hammer. Somebody else is doing the real damage. I'm just beating that fucking guy in the nose over and over again until he goes down. But I think the ones that sort of captured my imagination and moved me most in their systems was the older ones I played.
Excellent. Wahoo. Let's talk about my experience with Pokemon Legends ZA.
Incredible.
I really love Pokemon, and what I love about Game Freak is how in the last almost 10 years or so, they've really been experimenting. I mean, they've just been trying so many different things between games. Art styles are always different, mechanics are always different, structure is always just that touch different. And obviously it was very true with Pokemon Legends Arceus, but Legends ZA it is arguably the most different Pokemon game that Game Freak has made.
Yes.
In that it all takes place in one city. Lumios is a much more realized place than most Pokemon places are. Did we lose? No, we here.
Yeah, I lost you, but you're back now.
We're back. And I like Lumios. I like being in that city, and I like meeting all these side characters. I mean, there's a massive ensemble cast of characters here who maintain relevancy throughout the course of the game. I think they're all very fun, and Lumios has its like own internal politics and culture and stuff. And there's all these side quests that really haven't happened so much in Pokemon games, and they make the exploration, I think, much more rewarding. And then also, your trainer has like things that you can do in terms of like with your Rotom phone, like gliding down and like climbing up and being on the rooftops and stuff. It feels a lot more explorative and dynamic than so many Pokemon games, and they changed the combat. And for me, it was such a massive plus because it let me engage with the combat on a deeper level, and that I always felt such a dry disconnect from. Okay, so Jesse was just on my computer. The other day I was in a meeting and my computer turned off. It's because he stepped on the button, the power button for my computer. Don't do that, you guy. Sorry. But I really love Pokemon Legends ZA. I think that the music is great. I think that the active battling is just so much more engaging to me. Yeah. I think exploration is fun. I love finding all the little screws and then going to upgrade my stuff. And I love all the characters. I just think it's a really unique game in a way that for such a long time, and certainly less true in the Pokemon in the Switch generation, but all Pokemon games kind of really felt iterative. And this one, it really doesn't feel like that. It feels like from the ground up a rethink of what Pokemon is, and that's really special to me as someone who's a longtime Pokemon fan. And I'm hoping that we can kind of combine all of these elements at some point in the future to get to, because my biggest weakness for this game personally is that there's not new creatures to find. I mean, that's my favorite
Yeah.
part of Pokemon is being surprised and finding a new set of creatures and learning about what their Pokedex entries are and how they fit into the like kind of ecosystem. But that's just not true with this. So I hope that all of these learnings can be applied to. I mean, hopefully Gen 10 next year.
Yeah, I didn't end up putting ZA on my list. I think it's sort of sunk in my estimation a little bit, but I think that that's not particularly important to me because what still sticks with me the most are a lot of those little moments that you're talking about that really gave the game a sense of life that I think a lot of games, including what I was talking about in Scarlet, are lacking.
Yeah.
And it is those side quests. I think actually, if anything sticks out to me, it is those because it's in those moments when you come to most specifically understand how the people in the Pokemon are interacting.
Yeah.
Whether it's the way that Trubbish hang around outside of a restaurant are
Yeah.
annoying the owner, or the way that somebody is using their Sylveon to figure out people's emotional moods, or all kinds of things. I think that these are quests that take 2 or 3 minutes, maybe 5 minutes to finish, but they really do a lot to deepen my understanding of how people relate to the Pokemon. And so that is, I think, the part of this game that moved me the most, and the part that I still think about the most.
Yeah. Yeah. And there's just these memorable moments. Like uh instead of getting just being given a starter, a Kalos starter, you find this particular Froakie that's been like challenging people to parkour
Yeah.
matches, and you have to beat the Froakie at like 2 or 3 parkour matches and then it's like, okay, now you've like earned the right to capture me, and I'm like, well, that's just a fucking way more interesting Froakie than like
Yes.
almost any Pokemon in the history of the series is.
Yeah, and it's these things, it's these broad strokes things that are like in some ways almost even disconnected from what you're doing that I think are most easily applied to the next Pokemon game. And even more than any changes to systems is what I hope we see more of for sure.
Mhm.
Um, Tucker,
Abram,
I'm going to talk about another game, I think.
be still my beating heart, you know.
Oh, look, it's so many great choices here. What do I want to go for? What do I want to go
Oh,
for?
that's right, because that's not ranked, so you're just fucking like picking and choosing.
I'm
Look
going
at
to
this
talk
guy
about
go.
Super Mario Odyssey. You mentioned it earlier. Um, here's what I'm going to do for this one, Tucker. I'm going to shift into standing mode because my back hurting a little bit.
What are you gonna do?
Uh oh. Uh oh.
What the fuck did you do? Okay, you did you change your standing
Yeah,
desk?
the power of switching to standing mode like killed your computer. What just happened?
No, it killed your computer. My computer is totally fine. Why the fuck would your standing desk impact my computer?
Because like you went all black there.
Vice versa. So clearly it was your fucking computer.
But we don't know that because it happened to you too. And you were
You're,
freezing earlier.
so were you.
See, so only God knows who's causing this. Only
I
God
think
knows.
It was probably you pressing the button on your desk.
Doesn't make any sense. What is
Moving the cords and shit. The fucking fucking electricity values in the room
Yeah, but the
altered.
cords aren't moving.
When you move your desk, of course they fucking are, Abram.
Yeah, but they're not like I'm not like fucking whipping them around like a lasso. I can do all these things now that I'm standing up. Only God knows. Tucker, I'm talking about Super Mario Odyssey. You ever heard of that game?
Yeah, I like it.
So this year, Nintendo re-released Super Mario Galaxy 1 and 2. And I found that when I was replaying Galaxy 2, I wasn't actually having that much fun with it. I was sort of enjoying the kind of audio visual delights which have been praised endlessly about the Galaxy games. But I wasn't so much interested in what was happening on a second to second basis. And I think that that's partially because between or in light of Bonanza being EPD8's second game kind of in this big sandbox tradition, that I had this like suspicion that it was now hard for me to go back to the games we made before because they don't have the same sense of freedom. And that ended up being proven true because I replayed Mario Odyssey with the Switch 2 version, or sorry, again, Switch 2 patch. And not only did it look beautiful, but I was so taken by the sandbox.
Sure. Yeah.
Because there's this moment when I was playing Galaxy 2 where I saw this big tree, and I'm like, oh, I want to climb this big tree, but there's not going to be anything up there, so why am I even going to do it?
Hmm.
And Mario doesn't. Mario sort of controls in this perfunctory, clumsy way in Galaxy. Um, so I don't really have the desire based on how he moves or what I'll find to go up this tree. But you play a game like Odyssey, and not only does Cappy make for such a freeing game to play, but also the fact that there's rewards tucked basically everywhere in Odyssey inspires me, and it makes me feel so much more moved to just be in these spaces
Yeah,
and not necessarily even treat them as real, but just treat them as places that are these big, fun jungle gyms that I want to climb around on. Um, and so I think replaying Odyssey in conjunction with how much I love Bonanza really just solidified to me that this style of platformer is the style of platformer that is most exciting to me. The one
interesting.
that asks my curiosity to lead the way, the one that is designed. It's not because it's not just open ended. It's indifferent to how I get a moon. You know, when
Sure.
you play a game like Galaxy, and the designers know within like a couple degrees of the arc of the trajectory of your jump how you're collecting that star.
Yeah.
That's not the case in a game like Odyssey.
Hmm.
In the case of a game like Bonanza, they don't even know the trajectory with which you're going to approach the Bonandium gem.
No,
Um,
you don't even need the Banadium gems.
yeah,
Straight up, you don't need to collect a single fucking one to finish the game.
yeah, and so I just find that to be a lot more stimulating, and I think this is the year that that was really solidified for me. And the
Interesting.
Switch 2 patch for Odyssey is just breathtaking. I think it's the most beautiful game ever that Nintendo's ever made. That art
Huh.
direction with this new fidelity, like I was in the water in the Seaside Kingdom
Yeah.
in Bubbland. I'm like, holy fucking shit! I'm playing as a captured cheap, and I'm like I want to go swimming here. It's like
Yeah.
it's unbelievably beautiful in 4K this game. So both from that perspective, but just from the perspective of it kind of unlocking this understanding for me of what I want out of my big Nintendo platformers. This revisit to Odyssey felt like particularly revelatory in a way that one hasn't for me in many years, and I've replayed this game many times since
Sure.
2017.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's very cool that you've kind of had this. I think it was really Bonanza, as we'll get to later. This
Yeah.
kind of shift in what the priorities are for something like that. Because I mean, I've been it's an argument that I've been making for years in terms of my personal engagement with Odyssey versus specifically Galaxy and Galaxy 2 and 64 and things. But yeah, it's a very cool. And Abram, I will say, we're at the right day for me to tell you this. If that's what you want out of a 3D platformer, go play Big Hops. That I mean, that's straight
Yeah.
up. That's the entire point of that game is the freedom and flexibility and movement of Super Mario Odyssey mixed with the emergent gameplay of Breath of the Wild. Is you've got a backpack full of things that you can like make a vine grow out of the ground or make yourself like float or whatever. And I mean, they're cooking up some fucking crazy shit there.
Yes. I'm quite excited to play Big Hops. And
One more day, one more day. And if you're watching this video, it's
sorry,
out,
yeah,
so go watch it.
yeah.
Go play it. Next up for me, Abram, it's time for the real meat and potatoes of my 2025. And that is I discovered the world of visual novels in 2025. I don't know
Yes.
if you caught wind of this. This is something that I did. And I did it through primarily a game called Clanad. And Clanad is like as archetypical as you can possibly fucking get for a visual novel. It is like 50 something hours long. It is very Japanese. It's very straightforward. It's a simple premise of a guy who's kind of a shithead who goes to a high school and there's some cute girls that he can potentially romance and they have their own personalities. But and I'm not even really going to say it's much more than that. No, to be fair, I actually haven't finished the game all the way to its true ending, which people really say is excellent. So I'll get there at some point. But I playing specifically Clanad forced me to approach a video game in a very different way than I almost ever do. Is that it's obviously very slow paced. It takes a long time to even get to like the like truly interesting or dynamic emotional scenes in any particular route. But I I played it for like 90 minutes every night before I would go to bed. And I never do that with games. And I played
Yeah.
what I did of Clannad, which was something like 35 hours of it over the course of 2 or 3 months, and just like every couple days, be like, oh, okay, I'll make a little more progress.
Yeah.
And so I don't usually do that. And I also have almost never played multiple endings for a game before. This is even something that I was kind of contentious about in the past of games with multiple endings like Nier Automata,
Yeah.
like Sonic Adventure. That these games are intended, or the large experience is multiple routes, different characters, slightly different perspectives. And I was always really kind of against that. But uh, what a visual novel does, and this theme will reoccur as we revisit some or visit some more higher up my list is so I'm someone who thinks a lot about psychology and sociology in my day to day life. Uh, and one thing I always think about is when I'm reviewing games, when I'm talking to other people, when I'm thinking about how I feel about other people, is how did they get to this point, right? What in their lives? What are the decisions that they made? How are they raised? What's their culture? How their personality shaped this way? I'm always thinking about that to try to empathize with other people. And what a visual novel gives me the chance to do is live out those different scenarios. And so in this game, again, you're a high school guy who's kind of a fuck up. He used to be into basketball, but he hurt his arm, and so he can't like raise it up high, and so it squandered his career, his potential basketball career, and so he is really just down on his luck, and he's kind of angry at the world. And throughout this game, he meets a series of like I think there's maybe 7 or 8 different uh, women that he can get to know in romance, and they each shape him in a slightly different way. And so, what's really cool to me about playing through all the different routes of Clannad is how a different person shapes his personality in a different way. And it's about that sort of give and take of if you're getting to know someone, if you're especially getting in a romantic relationship with them, what are the ways in which your personality changes them, and what are the ways in which their personality changes you? And it's just this really interesting, like kind of like peering into an alternate universe of like if you see someone on a street, it's like the idea of a parallel universe is like there's a timeline out there where you hate everyone, and there's a timeline out there where you love everyone, like you're
Yeah.
literally like in a romantic relationship with anyone. And it's like this is a way to like realize that and think about that in a more discreet way. And um it's got great music and nice visuals and stuff and fun voice acting. But yeah, I thought it was a really special way to sort of reframe how I think about games. And like I don't think super strongly of the characters. I don't think
Yeah.
super strongly of the art direction, but it was that experience that kind of reframed my approach to gaming, um, and challenged my thoughts in different ways that I really ended up resonating with.
Yeah, I'm actually I'm curious to ask you a follow up on this, just in terms of this routine, because I mean what you're describing is really the way that like I read books, right?
Hmm.
And obviously this is the experience of playing a game like Clannad is that it's very close to that. What did you
Yeah.
kind of make of this like routine that you settled into the game with the game? Is this the sort of thing that you'd want to adopt for more games, or is this feel like that's something that's like unique to your relationship with visual novels?
I think probably the latter.
Yeah.
Uh, in that because it's so low stakes and so slow paced,
Yeah.
that's what I think. Like I wouldn't want to sit down and read or play 6 hours of a visual novel.
Of course.
Whereas if I almost any other game on this list that I loved, I either played through in one day or really sat there and focused on for a long time because
Yeah.
they're dynamic and there's different levels, and I'm upgrading my character, and I'm like, oh, there's no carrot on a stick for a visual novel other than getting to whatever the next scene
Yeah.
is, right? That's the carrot on the stick. And so I don't think it works for other games because uh, I'm I'm immersed in the world of a visual novel in a different way than I am a different
That's
other
cool.
games.
Yeah, I like that a lot. That's cool.
So shout out to Clannad.
Tucker, this year, okay, we have it right here. I worked on a book called Joysticks to Haptics. So it's about game controllers, history of game controllers. And I've been thinking a lot about game controllers this year. And I've been thinking about the ways that game controllers have sort of standardized in one way, and sort of the pros and the cons of that. And how part of me sometimes wishes that there was less of a consensus about how games should control and a little bit more freedom to try wackier controllers. One of the reasons I love the Wii is because the Wii remote opens up types of games that are specific to it. But Tucker, sometimes, what's more important than that innovation, than that new frontier, is the excellence that you can find in iteration. The next thing I want to talk with you about, the next entry on my list, belongs to what I feel is the very best controller I've ever used in my entire life, and that is the Nintendo Switch 2 Pro controller.
Ooh, shout the fuck out. Yeah, I love that controller.
I have been amazed.
Oh, wait. So the entry is Nintendo Switch 2 Pro controller.
Yes.
Okay. I was thinking it was maybe a game that you played with it. My bad.
No.
Sorry. How the fuck? Why would I make an assumption like that? I'm crazy.
I have been really amazed by the engineering of this thing, and we learned about it a little bit in the Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour application.
Yes, we did. Yeah.
But also as the owner of just one of these.
By the way, Jake Steinberg, if you're watching this, I'm sorry that we complimented even indirectly Nintendo Switch 2.
Oh, we're gonna get there. Don't worry.
And no fucking way it's on your list.
It is on my list.
Is it actually?
It is on my list.
Whoa.
It is on my list.
You're a special guy, aren't you?
The Switch 2 Pro controller, it's just because I only
gird
have one
your
of
loins,
them.
Jake.
Huh?
I'm just telling Jake to gird his loins. He's
of
probably
course.
watching this.
I only have one of them, so when we're playing multiplayer, I always take it and I always give Jean the Switch 1 Pro controller.
Mm-hmm. Haha, she doesn't know the difference.
But I don't want her to, because then she might start to want the Switch 2 Pro controller, right? So I already love the Switch 1 Pro controller, but the Switch 2 Pro controller, there are these little things. The way that there's not the same grooves that connect the main body to the handles of the controller. The way that the sticks are so silent, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think that there's really something to be said for the way that the controller is critical to your gaming experience. You know, like the DualSense makes that a little bit more apparent, right? Because it has all these sophisticated haptics and these really intriguing resistive triggers. And all that's super cool. But I think that to me, the Switch 2 Pro controller speaks to me just as similarly, but in a more subtle way. But all of its sort of delights and all of its refinements together have resulted in what I feel is truly, for my hands and my tastes, the apex of this style of controller design.
Sure.
And I just really, really loved using it. And it's sort of the first time in a very, very long time that I've picked up a controller and been like, yeah, this is it. At one point in time, Tucker, that was the DualShock 4. And then the DualSense... When
was the last time you held a DualShock 4?
Well, this is the thing. Then the DualSense obliterated the DualShock 4. Yeah. However, I don't even like the DualSense that much. So that's an interesting problem for me. But the reality of the Switch 2 Pro controller is it's my favorite controller I've ever touched ever. So it deserved a particular mention on my list.
Sure, yeah. Amazing control. And I think it is in that refinement that is hard to describe.
Yeah.
But does make a meaningful difference for the play experience. And what'll be really interesting to see is how they hold up over time. Because I think one of the things that I've really started to recognize about controllers is that different build quality really does make a big difference on when you're 5 or 6 years into using a controller.
Yeah.
How good of an experience it is to use. I don't like playing on my PS3 because one of the triggers is kind of the spring isn't quite working and I have to keep it plugged in by USB, micro USB or whatever. And that makes me want to play the system less.
Yeah.
And when I would play PS4 before I had my PS5, one of the controllers at Tanner I had, one of the sticks had a little slice in the rubber, and so your finger would get kind of caught on it. And just these little things about build quality of controllers can meaningfully make a difference of I'm doing this kind of out of obligation.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it seems very solid. So we'll have to look into that. Ask me in a couple years. Ask me in 5 or 6 or 7 or 8.
I have that in my calendar.
Yeah. Let's do a little bit of a flyby of Dark Souls 3 because
well, let me actually pause for a second. Can I pause for a second? we'll cut
You
this out of
just
the
did.
recording. I don't have the time right now to do this level of detail in every game we talked about because we've already done an hour and a half on 9 games, I think,
Yeah,
each.
yeah, yeah.
My proposal was going to be we do like half of it now and half of
Sure,
it
fine with me.
tomorrow.
Fine with me.
Then that way we don't have to rush through anything.
Yeah, fine by me. Yeah.
So let's
How
do a
much
let's
more?
do a
How many
deep
more?
buy. Let's do a deep buy on Dark Souls.
How many more games?
Let's. Do you want to
What
get
time do you need to leave?
what?
Or whatever. What time do you need to fucking leave?
I mean, I should end by 1. So like like if we did half an hour more. Let's see, because how many have we done? Let's try to do. Do you want to
You're done,
do
man. Yeah.
4 more each?
Fine, sure. Yeah.
Yeah, let's do 4 more each.
All right, let's talk about Dark Souls 3. I love Souls games. And Dark Souls 3 is one that I always kind of had on my radar for being something I was interested in and disinterested in equal measures. And I only play specifically a FromSoft Souls game every couple of years because it's a really big time commitment for me. And I just don't have the bandwidth to sort of really sink into one of these games. And on a whim, I ordered a Dark Souls 3 copy from eBay or whatever. It showed up. I popped it in, and I just played nothing but that for like a week. It turns out that it's strengths and weaknesses that I was kind of like half worried about, half excited about are all strengths to me. In that Dark Souls 3 it's not an interconnected game like Bloodborne or Elden Ring or Dark Souls, in that it's one big map and there's no fast travel in those games. Or there might be an Elden Ring, I don't remember. But Dark Souls 3 is like discrete levels that you like select from a menu and then you go to the level. And they're internally coherent. It's an area where you can get a shortcut to like go back to the fucking bonfire or whatever. But I always thought like, man, what I love so much about these other games is the giant interconnected world where area 6 connects back to area 1 in a way you didn't expect. But it turns out that also being able to hop between levels and travel to the different bonfires and have that kind of quality of life is also equally compelling to me. It's true of Lies of P. Lies of P is actually quite similar to Dark Souls 3. And so I like that a lot. I remember being worried about that. Like, man, like, is that really going to kill one of the elements for me of why I love one of these games? And I do think that it might be part of why this is below Bloodborne and Dark Souls and Elden Ring, but like it's equally compelling in its own right to sort of approach it from that different angle. And also, it's also easier than the other ones. I mean, I was never super stuck on one of these bosses. The last one was pretty hard. I had to like get on Reddit and be like, can someone hop in and help me here? But FromSoft they just do it differently. I mean, the attention to world building, the attention to detail and the level design, the level variety, the boss designs, everything I compliment about other Souls games is true here, but it's just that slight touch different in that it's not quite as concerned with being as punishingly difficult, and it has that quality of life where you hop in between the levels. So I think it's kind of cool that they allowed themselves to break their constraints in this way that makes Dark Souls 3 a more contentious game, especially among the community, but it appeals to me in a different way than the other games do.
This is a little bit of like a meta discourse here, but I feel like there's this idea that like when you look at Metroid, that like what particularly Super Metroid and Metroid Prime 1 established is what Metroid is. Mm-hmm. And any game that's varying degrees of distance from that are not Metroid.
Yeah.
And I think what's interesting, the more I kind of learn about From Software games through you or through others, is that they really do a lot to shake things up or try different things. And it's only just maybe becoming more and more clear with like their multiplayer stuff or their open world stuff or everything. Yeah. But, you know, as you're saying here in the structure, that feels very meaningfully different than what the previous games were like. So it's actually quite attractive to me, the way you describe Dark Souls 3.
I would just do Lies of P if you're going to do either of them.
I think that I'm just like interested in From in particular.
Okay, sure. Yeah, then go ahead. I mean, I do think Dark Souls 3 is probably the better game, so but there is no like difficulty option in Dark Souls 3, unlike Lies of P. Like I don't know if that makes too much of a difference to you, but yeah.
I mean, to be perfectly honest with you, I don't think I have the skill set to beat a game like this. So I'd be more about what can I try and get a feel for. But, yeah, that's cool. Tucker, I want to talk with you about a game here that I didn't finish, and that is Star Wars Outlaws. Uh,
Well,
and
no, you have finished Star Wars. That was.
right, that's true. But it's actually very important to its placement on this list that I
I
didn't
know.
this
I know.
time.
Yeah.
Because Star Wars Outlaws I mainlined last year when it came out, and I thought it was good. I thought it was interesting. I thought I enjoyed the fidelity of its depiction of the Star Wars universe, but I found it to be kind of underwritten. I found it to be not particularly rich in its systems. To me, it was very serviceable and good, and slightly elevated by the fact that I love Star Wars. But getting it on Switch 2, not only does it benefit from the fact that in the year since its release, it got a new creative director, it overhauled a bunch of fundamental aspects of the game, like its stealth system is largely excised out of core missions. You can like carry weapons now, which is crazy that you couldn't do before. Like the game is fundamentally quite different.
Wait, what? Oh, because you would go up a ladder and you drop a weapon.
You
Oh, I
drop a
remember
weapon.
that. That's
Yes.
fucking crazy.
Now Kay can put it on her little bandolier and carry it anywhere. So the game is
Huh.
like functionally a lot different.
That's so odd.
It's very odd.
What an odd fucking game.
But this playing it this year on Switch 2, there's like a psychological difference for me in that I've already seen the critical path through. I know
Oh, sure.
what
Yeah,
the
yeah,
game
of
is
course.
about. So what I've done instead is not focus on that main line, which is typically how I play games like this, but
Yeah.
focus on the
That's
breadth.
typically how you play basically all games.
Basically all games, yeah.
You're a mainline motherfucker.
Yeah. But this time, without the burden of feeling like I want to see the ending, I am just sort of enjoying the time that I'm spending luxuriating in the world. And I think that this is an experience where the best stuff is off the beaten path, which to me is often or typically a problem. But I'm playing in this way that's not particularly relevant to me right now.
Yeah.
So I'm on a planet like Tashara, and I'm really digging around for everything it has to offer. I'm figuring out, okay, where are the sabacc matches I can play? And that whole card game system is so fun and so well realized. What's happening off in this cliffside? How can I go about upgrading K through this actions first upgrade system in a way that I was never concerned with in the past? You upgrade K by doing actions in the world. Maybe it's do 5 types of this stealth takedown and do 10 types of this sabotage, and then find this one key component out in the world. And together, your experience and this piece of equipment allow you to unlock a new ability. In doing so, I'm seeing more of the game. I'm more deliberately interacting with its systems, and I'm finding something that is a lot more intentional and a lot more unique than its main path would suggest. So this is both a criticism, I think, of the way the game is structured, but also a sort of plea to people that if they are interested in this game, to see the breadth of it, because I think its most narrow portion is actually its weakest.
Sure.
And
Huh.
I've really enjoyed playing without the pressure of feeling like I have to see the end. I've been doing something very similar with Cyberpunk on Switch 2 as well, but I just think I have less new things to say about Cyberpunk than Star Wars Outlaws.
What it also is important to note that is also true of why you're playing Star Wars Outlaws is that this is the Switch 2 version that's
Yeah,
apparently surprisingly very good.
very
And
good.
obviously, for your habits and your taste and your history, having it in a handheld format is also what's allowing you
Yeah,
the flexibility in your life to approach it in this way. And it'll be very interesting to see over the course of the next couple years how so many games from the last few years I think will be ported to Switch 2, how that'll give them not only a second life for a new community, but even for you who more than likely has played a good selection of these games,
yeah,
revisiting them in a handheld form factor and allowing you to approach them at the pace that you want to. I think it's a
yeah,
very good chance that a lot of these sort of like bigger AAA games that you what you might learn about yourself is that you part of your disconnect from a lot of major AAA games was actually the system you were forced to play them on and not being able to fit it into your life. That like if you revisit some of these games when they're brought to this system,
yeah.
you might actually find a lot to appreciate about them.
Yeah, I think it's partially that, and I also think it's partially like a compulsion to see them to their conclusions. And I think without that, like the pressure on myself. There's
Yeah.
more for me to discover and maybe a richer experience to have than if I just arrived at the credits. I'm
Hmm.
just thinking about like what are some of the games that would maybe fit into this category. One from 2024 would be Dragon's Dogma 2, where I did very little side content
Yeah.
at all in.
That could get a Switch 2 version.
Yeah, I don't know if they would make that effort, but it would
Yeah.
certainly be cool if they did. Um, yeah, I don't know.
They did Dragon's Dogma, and they're doing a lot of stuff.
Yeah,
I think it just they can just do it. Like even if it doesn't do that well, because it's not gonna take a crazy amount of effort to get the Switch 2 version out
yeah. I mean, another big one would be Chameleon Twist.
there. Oh, augers.
Give me another game.
Split Fiction, baby, baby. Joseph Ferris is back here with Split Fiction, and I got to play this game with my brother, who actually had played through It Takes Two with a friend years ago. And when Split Fiction came out, we made a habit of playing through a level like every couple days. And I mean, it was just such a fun experience. I streamed like the first few hours of this game with my brother, and he and I haven't really played a co-op. I don't play co-op games that often,
Yeah,
but I really haven't played a co-op game where like we fall into an interesting rhythm. Where part of my experience with Split Fiction was me and my brother pretending like we were doing a speed run and trying to beat each other, and so we would like run and then fail something like, oh, that's like the blank skip, like that was tech, you don't get it, oh, I'm gonna win, I'm gonna beat you, and like it we would do it to like such a degree where it was absolute fucking nonsense. Obviously neither of us had played this game before, we weren't doing it
yeah,
particularly fast, but like just whatever level we would try to do it super fast and would fail a bunch, and then we would like come up with excuses of why we failed. It's like, oh, actually that was tech, and so we had that fun sort of banter and back and forth while playing the game. But also, I mean, it's just a really, really impressive game. The amount of spectacle and variety and commitment to level design and quality in variety is just unmatched in the games that Hazelight makes. And I don't think that I like it quite as much as It Takes Two.
yeah,
But I mean, it's really, really close. And I think that this is like one of the defining elements of 2020's gaming to me is what Hazelight is doing, revitalizing in such a strong way cooperative, like specific cooperative game design, and utilizing modern technology to make something that no one else has made before. This game could not have been done in the way that it is on any previous hardware. It is obviously technically solid and very beautiful and great lighting and great texture design and environment density and stuff. It's like, okay, that yeah, we get that. But it also utilizes that to run basically two different games simultaneously where
yeah,
people are doing two different things, and the screen size is shifting and like pushing in and out dynamically as the different characters are doing different things, and sometimes you're sharing one character's controls and you have to like swap on the fly. Like there's so much going on here, that is just really, really fascinating, and no one else is doing it like that. And it also just culminates in this final act and level that is, I mean, it's just so complicated that like you can't even really believe what's happening. I mean, it's like shifting dimensions of control, and like the level is crumbling around you and you're shifting between all the different levels that you've played through like on a dime. Like the level elements are like colliding, and there's a giant boss that's like reaching into level and ripping out elements, and like you're shifting weapons like every few seconds. Like what the fuck is going on here? Like the amount of complexity there is, I mean, it's absolutely staggering. And again, it could not be done like this on any other system because
yeah,
there's so many level chunks and lighting, and like the something will like tear through the level, and that rift in time will be a different level, and so you'll be like part of the level and part of the level here, and like then that'll like whoop, it'll like iris out or whatever, and the level will be like wiped away as another level is like coming into play. It's like, whoa, man, like there's so much going on here that I mean, it's absolutely breathtaking, and I really, really loved it.
yeah. And I mean, a game I'm really excited for this year's Orbitals, and I don't think a
Oh
game like that
sure.
would exist without this.
Nope, absolutely not.
Um, Out of curiosity, with a game like this, something that I'm not a big co-op player, but I once in a while I was looking for something like for me and Jean to play. Is this a sort of game that requires that both players are like video game proficient?
More so than It Takes Two,
Yeah.
but give it a try.
Yeah.
I don't know. I hope and I probably think that It Takes Two will get a Switch 2 version. It came to Switch. It was fucking really gross on Switch
Really
from what I
bad on
recall.
Switch. Yeah.
Um, I don't actually know how the Switch 2 version of Split Fiction is, which was a launch game actually. But I would not be surprised if sometime next year or in the next couple of years we get It Takes Two, and
Yeah.
that's the one that I would go with. But also, you could just play it on your PlayStation because you're gonna have to have it on the TV anyway.
Yeah.
So if you're gonna play, and It Takes Two is always on sale, so I would just say probably go with that one. It's also got fucking like colorful toys and like froggies and stuff in it. So
Yeah, like barn animals and things.
yeah, but the barn animals in this game get killed in Split Fiction because you play
Well,
there's a level where you play as pigs, and then the pigs are like, "Yay, life is so great!" and like riding on giant corn cobs up, and then you fall into a meat grinder and you turn into a hot dog, and then you play as a hot dog.
but that's kind of funny though.
Yeah, it is funny.
Tucker, let's talk about something that's sort of in a funny way related to Split Fiction, and that's another memory of mine. Our adventures going to the Switch 2 preview event.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
This was a really fun experience that we had because we had just seen the Switch 2 reveal event. I think it was only, 2 or 3 days before we did the preview.
Less than 48 hours.
There we go.
Yeah.
And, it's the sort of thing that, you don't even really think you'd ever be able to do. It's like, oh, that's reserved for like the A-listers in the media, who obviously did it before we did it.
Yeah. One day before.
Yeah. But getting to go to the city...
Actually, no, they were there as the direct was happening. They didn't get to watch the direct. No, they watched the direct in a room, and then they went to go play the games immediately. And then the next morning, so it was like 24 hours later that we were playing them.
Yeah, and so we you came out here. We almost missed our train because we were sitting in the wrong place on the platform. I remember that clear as fucking day.
Can you fucking imagine, Abram?
We would have found a way.
We
It would have been
missed
fine.
that? Oh.
But we get there. We're seeing Bo. We're seeing Dan. We're walking through the Nintendo store. Oh, alert on the phone. Pre-orders aren't happening anymore. Pre-orders are delayed. There's this news flying around about the direct, about pricing, all kinds of shit, and we're here in the city to go and try everything out. We see Jake there. We're all hanging out. We're all eating a little food. We go in. We're some of the first people in the world to get to try out Mario Kart, Donkey Kong Bonanza, Prime 4, all of these things. And
Jamboree TV,
of course. Dragon Drive.
Starcross World.
Welcome Tour.
It's actually kind of impressive how many Nintendo first-party games they had for the first time there.
Yeah, and it was almost like kind of overwhelming of like, hey, look, this...
And Cyberpunk, and Yakuza, and Split Fiction, and Civ 7, and like, Jesus, man!
Civ 7. And
Don't do that.
And so we're all there. Shout out, Steven. So we're all, we're there in that moment. And, it's not only is it a cool event, but it's on the precipice of a brand new generation. And so to get to do that with everybody, to get to make our videos about what we thought, it really made... It's like we all of a sudden switched to hype, and the path to launch was put into warp speed in that moment, in that week. And so I have very clear memories and fond memories of that because, maybe we might not get to do something like that again, maybe ever. But if we do in 8 years from now, 9 years from now. So I've got really fun memories of that, and really fun memories of hanging out in the hotel room and looking at like fucking Princess Peach mods and fucking weird nonsense. Shout out to New York City. Shout out to Logan Plant. We had dinner with Logan that night too, which was fun.
Did. Yeah, shout out. Okay, so we're gonna do another game?
Yeah.
Is that what's up next? Okay.
Yeah.
Coast of Yote. I think this game is really special. Not in that it like revolutionized anything.
Yeah.
But it's like, I mean, I can't stop thinking about this game. Not only because it's still to this day one of my favorite shots in the game is my phone background there. I mean, that's just sick. But because I continually meet people and get to talk to them about how impressed they are with this game, so it keeps it in my mind. when I was playing Ghost of Yotei, I liked Ghost of Tsushima. I platinumed it in 2024.
Yeah.
That was my first time like truly diving into it. But going into Ghost of Yotei, I was like, yeah, this is gonna be good, but like I'm kind of playing it out of like obligation. But I was just really, really impressed by it. I think that Sucker Punch has a command over their craft in a way that I think a lot of people take for granted. We actually made an entire video about this.
Yeah.
Why we what we value out of AAA gaming, where we think maybe some elements of it go underappreciated. Ghost of Yotei is kind of the pinnacle of all of that for me. In that, obviously, it has great load times. Obviously, it has great fidelity, and the frame rate is great, and all of these things, and great voice acting, great facial capture, and all of that. But it also is like painterly beautiful. I think that this is I think people undersell how much effort goes into creating a realistic game in terms of visuals,
Mhm.
and how also something being like Atsu looks like a real person. This, you know, is based on real life. These are realistic trees and horses and everything, but how that can also be artistically jaw dropping. I think people think.
Yeah.
I see this a lot online of people saying, "Oh, it's realistic. It's not artistic." And I just think that it's such a reduction and such a simplification of something that is not a binary in the way that people present it to be. Ghost of Yotei is as strikingly crafted in its world design as Cuphead is, as Expedition 33 is, as these games that are more apparently visually designed.
Yeah.
But I found myself stumbling accidentally into situations where I'm like, this might be the best single frame I've ever seen in a video game.
Here's how I
The
put it.
light,
Here's how I
yes,
put it, because I like your point about framing there, and that's
yeah,
critical. There's a attention to scale and to composition in this
sure,
game that is very artful. The realism of it is not particularly relevant. I don't even think this is a particularly realistic, or it's realistic in its art direction, but it's not particularly naturalistic, because this game has been carefully assembled to where every inch of it, every time you pan the camera, you find that one frame you're talking about.
yeah,
Because those frames are everywhere. Because the way that this game forces perspective, the way that it deploys color, the way that it mixes its biomes, the particle effects for wind and rain and leaves and everything is incredibly heightened, and it results in something that is beautiful, but not in a just neutral way. It's very directed. It's very, very
oh, 100%.
artistic.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that's a great way to frame that. And then I also just found the narrative to be solidly compelling, not like super special, but Atsu's a pretty interesting character, and I like the side characters actually quite a bit. It's not too long. It deploys its side quests in a unique way. It's just that extra touch that I think. It's got the sauce, Abram. It's got the extra touch that I think people overlook, and I really think that it was that I was very impressed by when I expected,
Yeah.
and I think that this might be something I want to explore kind of for why I have resonated so deeply with this slate of sequels on PS5, where it's like I I feel like largely the common sentiment is they're either just iterative or kind of lazy, easy sequels of like we're just doing it again. But I think that undersells the value of the little bit of extra special sauce, extra touch that these teams are really putting on top of these things. I mean, when I think of the wingsuit in Spider-Man 2, when I think of the extra weapon that you get Dropnir in God of War Ragnarok, or the framing and color direction in Ghost of Yotei, like these are incredibly impressive things that are subtle. And I think subtlety is sometimes I think people want that big, loud, exciting new thing and ignore the uh or it's hard to notice the quality that and attention to detail that comes in something that's a lot more subtle and hard to like it you can put it in a trailer, but people will be like, "Oh, well, the game is structured the same, so therefore it's not as cool." It's like,
Yeah, I
well,
think I think it just comes back to time. I think if this game released in 2022, sentiment would be different, but it's impossible for a game like this to be made in 2 years.
yeah, yeah,
It's
yeah,
just
yeah, definitely.
impossible.
Yeah.
Um, and I think that's something that will in 20 years from now we'd look back on in a very interesting way
Yeah.
when the gaps between these games don't feel so big. And you might have a full Ghost trilogy. Maybe it takes 10 years to make it, but you have a trilogy the way that you got a
Sure. Oh,
trilogy on
sure.
PS3
Once
in
they
half the time.
exist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
Hmm.
I agree with
Or
you.
again, or once they've moved on to their next franchise, and
Yeah.
people can be like, all of these teams, Naughty Dog, Santa Monica, all these. Yeah, I think that's very very interesting. Yeah. And also another thing is like, 20 years from now, games might even take like way longer to make, and so it'll be like, dude, 5 years was nothing. You have no idea how good you had it back then.
I think we're at an inflection point where either things are going to start taking way longer, or they start taking way shorter, and I'm not sure which
Sure.
side I fall on. Um, I think I fall on the side of the shorter, but that'd be an interesting speculative discussion to have separately. Um, I want to talk with you about Claire Obscure.
Oh,
Expedition
Expedition
33.
33. Okay,
Yeah,
I thought you might be talking about a different Clay Obscure, so I
of
just wanted
course.
to clarify.
It's important to clarify.
I wanted to clarify.
I think this game is tremendous, and but I don't think I love it quite in the same way that other people do. Um, I really love its plot. I think it has a really interesting plot, and I think it's got hype and aura moments in spades.
Sure.
But I think what really makes Clair Obscur work for me is the way that it doesn't, in my mind, even totally function as though it's an RPG. I think that Clair Obscur has a lot more kinship with character action games than people realize.
Sure.
For as much as it's made in the tradition of the RPG, I look at it with the background and experience and character action that I bring to it and say that's what I love about this game, because I'm in these big battles, and I'm able to parry anything. I'm able to largely negate the enemy.
Yeah.
A lot of enemies become what a lot of Devil May Cry enemies become, which is something to style on. And the way that
Oh,
I
sure.
create these strategies with Verso and Mael in Lune, and I create these
Was that your
combos.
main core trilogy
Yeah,
characters?
that's what I used. I create these combos where I'm using burns and marks to set up these incredible finishers.
Yeah.
With Mael, it's not that dissimilar from when you see an enemy in Devil May Cry and you set it up in air juggle and you hit him in the air a couple times and
Sure.
you slam him back down and kill him.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like it's the sort of thing that had me because I put it on Steam Deck. I was like gripping this thing so hard that I could have shattered it into a million fucking pieces when I'm in these battles, because
Yeah.
I was so like full body engaged in them.
Sure.
You know, I people point to Dark Souls and they point to even like Mario and Luigi, which I think is goofy, but they do it anyway. Of like, oh, this is just a pastiche of all that stuff, and that is true to an extent. But I think that really undersells the way that the UI and the animation quality and this character action influence are conspiring to make something that is very very singular as you're playing it in these battles. So that's really, I think, at the heart of why I love this game so much. But I also am just sort of in awe of its world as well. There's this part where it seems like you're underwater, but you're not, and it's some of the
Yeah.
most stunning art direction I've seen in my entire 25 years on this planet.
Yeah.
So
And I think that, honest to God, one of the worst, seemingly kind of widespread opinions that has been online is that the game doesn't actually have good art direction and didn't deserve to win.
it's crazy
I'm
to
like,
me. It's crazy.
I think that you're built wrong.
I think so as well. I just think that this is such like an intentional and closely authored game that like the people who are like, oh, they had like an AI art asset in here, or oh, it looks like shit, or oh, it's just like reheating Lost Odyssey. I'm like, what? I'm like, you guys are just participating in like discourse that is like not actually interacting with how specific this game felt to me.
Sure.
I love Clair Obscur, and this is what you were mentioning earlier, Lies of P, and
Yeah.
how good that is. Imagine the next thing. I feel that
Yeah.
was Sandfall like 10 times stronger, right? So
Yeah.
I'm really in love with this game, and yeah, it's not typically the type of game that I would get really into, but I really did, and it sort of inspired me to play a lot more RPGs this year.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's one of those games that I think I didn't finish it. But from what I played, it kind of hits like everything. I'm like, all right, really fascinating, unique premise of the Gamage and the way this impacts the people that live in what's the city called? I can't remember.
I don't remember.
But like the way that impacts their culture, I just think is so instantly gravitating, and the emotion that comes from that and weighs upon everything that you do in this game, and then the really cool like overworld map. And riding on Esquies is so whimsical,
Yeah.
and the little paintbrush guys that run around and have funny they jabber like little Ewok Jawa guys like and then specifically what I think makes this game really was so what it made sing to me is that how different all the characters control is
Yeah.
I
Hmm.
find many turn-based RPGs to feel very rote in terms of like yeah I'm playing Dragon Quest and yeah I've got a slate of characters but like I've got a guy who's a healer and a guy who's doing the spells and like I'm kind of doing the same thing with all of them is I'm selecting something from a menu, but the ways in which you have to engage with different meters and different resources for each
Yeah.
of these characters is like you cannot play CL like she's Lune. Like these
No.
characters have different intents in battle, and it makes the way that you choose who your party of 3 or 4 is way more interesting because they're all on the field together and they can all set up things slightly differently. And if you swap out one of them for someone else, or if they die and you have to send in a new guy, your whole flow of battle has to change
Yes.
because that's that different person on the field, and they each have their strengths and weaknesses.
100%. And it like it makes the stakes just so much higher and also so much more personal to me because like I they are not so interchangeable as you're saying.
Of course,
It's
yeah,
something I feel quite often. Even like Xenoblade 1, which I've been playing, and I'm really actually taken by the story of, and I'm taken by a lot of. I'm like in the battles. I'm like, oh, well, Ryan is like, he's just as like Shulk and Ryan are like kind of the same guys. It's just like one of them can do break, one of them can do topple. Okay,
yeah.
one of them
But
has
yeah, and
Renata, one
that's the thing
doesn't.
about that. It's like what honestly, what's the difference between break and topple? Like I know there is a mechanical difference, but like
Yeah, the difference is one has to happen before the other.
yeah, well, yes,
And the last thing I'll say about Claire Obscure is that I think that I'm like annoyed by the way that the game's story is talked about in large part because it seems to basically widely ignore how interesting the plot is in favor of um, poking holes in the subtext. And I think that the
sure.
subtext is weak, 100%. I think that the game doesn't entirely cohere in what it's trying to say. But I also think the plot is awesome, and plot is not easy to write. It's not
No,
easy to come up with a scenario and a set of story beats that keep you hooked. And it doesn't matter how interesting the subtext of your book, your movie, your game is. If the plot isn't there, if the characters aren't there, you're not gonna get in, right? So I really like the plot of the game a lot, and I think it deserves more credit than it gets. I
yeah,
think it's too. I think it's lame to be like, oh, the premise is really cool, but to undermine the premise.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
a great premise.
It's fucking awesome.
It's a great
It's
premise.
fucking awesome. I'm gonna talk about Bonanza, Donkey Kong. What a cool, funny little game here. Um,
Yeah.
I think that Donkey Kong Bonanza is in the tradition of so many of my favorite Nintendo games in that it doesn't take the easy route. The way that they made this game required so much new structure of thought and game design, it boggles the fucking mind.
Yeah.
I think this is up there in terms of how impressed I am with the fact that they just fucking went for it with Breath of the Wild and with Super Mario
Of
Wonder and
course.
these
Yeah.
things where I'm like, it would have been so much easier for them to make a Super Mario Odyssey 2. They've got the engine, they've got captures. You can do plenty of cool captures. That would have been a great game. And I
Yeah.
would have loved that game. And Frank, I might have liked it even more than Bonanza. Who the fuck knows? But the fact that they forewent Mario for close to the first time in that team's history, and also totally rethought how level design and progression work in a video game
Yeah.
is like a level of passion for the craft and understanding that pushing the medium forward is sometimes more important than taking the safe and like this game probably ultimately will sell like a third of what an easier to make game than this would have cost. The other game would have come out sooner and it would have sold way more. But they had an idea and they fucking stuck with it. And it came out as this totally brash and ridiculous and forward thinking and experimental in some ways, goofy ass game. And I think it's just so cool for that. And it's one of those moments where I'm like, if you say Nintendo has lost the sauce and you just think like, oh, they're just shitting out Bonanza, you're fucking built wrong.
How do you
You're
mind?
fucking built wrong.
How do you mind? Tucker, I'm not supposed to do this. This is breaking the decorum of how this show typically works, but fuck it. Bonanza is about breaking the rules, and I'm breaking the rules too. This is my game of the year. That's not a surprise to anybody.
What decorum of what? She said it wasn't ranked anyway.
Because typically I'm supposed to say, I'm not supposed to say, I hate Donkey Kong Bonanza, and then
no,
later
yeah,
I
your own decorum. Yeah. Okay, go.
But this is my favorite game of the decade. Like, I can't believe how much like every day I'm a little closer to putting it in my top 5 games ever. Because, it's not just about the easiness of making an Odyssey 2. It's about the easiness of saying, we're going to just make Odyssey but with Donkey Kong this time.
Sure.
But it's also not that. It's fundamental verb is different. It's about digging. And I think that EPD8, even in Odyssey, is like so adept at making things that are very closely curated. Even if there's a million things to find in different little places in Odyssey, they know like that's very orchestrated. You're going to use this capture to get to this thing. Now you can break that, sure, but there's a sense of curation and specificity to every game they've made. Less true with Odyssey, but certainly true with anything they made before that.
100%.
But
I mean, you think about how specific a Captain Toad puzzle is.
Exactly.
It's like there's no experimentation there. It's just gonna fucking do it.
So then, what happens when you take a team that is so good at that and have them make a game that is the complete opposite?
Yeah, it is their Breath of the Wild moment.
Yeah,
like handing the reins over to you.
It trusts you to make your own fun. It trusts you to look at the sandboxes and say, okay, what can I do here that will delight me? How can I use the tools in front of me to get, to up an NDM gem, get to a boss, get to the next layer, whatever. And I really love that. I love this sense of like mischief that I can make while I'm playing. I think that often we use sandbox in like a way that is like abstracted. Sure. And in the context of video games, like the sandbox is like a place that like has a bunch of discrete pieces of content in it. You can just go to them in any order you want. But I think the sandbox in Bonanza is like more authentic to like what playing in a real world sandbox is.
100%.
It's messy, it's free form, and you do things just for the joy of doing them.
Yeah.
And I think
sometimes there's a turd hidden in the sand.
Exactly. Sometimes you put it there. And
Me?
I feel like
I often think about that scene in Toy Story 3 where they get stuck in the sandbox and they find a poop. There's a poop in the sandbox. Continue.
I mean, sometimes what choice do you have, right? I feel like there's so much in Bonanza that is joyful for the sake of the joy and not for the sake of the progression of the game. And to me, that's something that I'm more than happy to dial into. The number of times that I will just use Elephant Bonanza to like suck up things just because the idea of trunk chunk is really funny is huge. And I think that's there's like a real pure sense of play at stake in Bonanza. And I really appreciate that. And I appreciate how I'm rewarded for everything I do with this Donkey Kong who is so expressive and so goofy and is so brilliantly realized to his animations. I feel like constantly amused by the game. And I think that that's hard to do when I'm somebody that has played hundreds and hundreds, if not 1,000 video games in my life. It's hard to like authentically amuse me in that way. Not in the academic way of, oh my goodness, isn't it so interesting how these systems are collaborating, but just in the raw second to second experience of breaking things and seeing Donkey Kong smile, which is then layered on top of everything you were saying, everything I was saying, but what this represents for EPD8 as a group of developers willing to push themselves and make something that is really the inverse of everything they made in the past. So the game really speaks to me on all these levels, and it is just really amazing that Donkey Kong came back with something that feels so singular, because there's not been a Donkey Kong game that has felt so singular since Jungle
Hmm.
Beat, which was the first game that this
Yeah.
team, when they were EAD Tokyo, ever made.
Yeah.
For so long, as much as I love the Donkey Kong Country games, the ones Retro was making are awesome games, but they are just more 2D platformers at a certain point.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
This is a game that Donkey Kong has complete ownership over
Sure.
and is specific to him. And I really love that. And I still play this game. I still pop it in every once in a while to get just a few more bananas, to take a few more pictures in photo mode.
Have you 100% of the game?
No, I like every couple of weeks. So like I'll just get a couple more bananas. It's this everlasting thing for me. I just
Everlasting donk stopper.
Exactly. I think that this game is just like, it's like we talk a lot about like Nintendo Dream games. This is a sort of dream game that to me feels very authentic to that idea, because you go to sleep, you don't know what you're going to dream about.
Oh, sure.
Can't even really wish for it. But it just happens.
Yeah.
That's this game to me. I never would have imagined, for as much as I wanted a Donkey Kong game, I never would have imagined that this is the one I would have wanted. And that's when Nintendo, I think, is at their absolute zenith of creativity.
100%. And that's the surprise and delight factor that Nintendo does that other teams just can't really match. And again, because it's not the easy way out. This was an unexpected game. This was people, and it's not, because it's not the easy way out. It also is a tinge controversial, and there's still a lot of people being like, "Well, that's not like a real game from that team. Where's the next one that stars Mario?
Yeah.
Where's the next one that's going to sell 35 million copies? Because Bonanza is not." And that willingness to, and I think probably they knew that it wasn't going to be as big, but putting the amount of time into it that it necessitated to make a incredibly polished and experimental and broad package. I mean, the amount of stuff in here is just insane.
Yeah.
Is you're right, that Nintendo spark, that extra care that their best games achieve, and this is a great example of that.
We took a break because we were at what, maybe 2 hours 15, 2 hours 20, and we were only halfway through the video. And I can't do a 4-hour recording. I would lose my interest in speaking. I would just be
Really?
I'd be trying to zip through it.
So you just kind of just sit there and you just would be silent, and I'd be able to talk at you. That sounds like a perfect BLB video. We should do longer videos.
I actually did a really long video for Donkey Kong Bonanza.
That's so true. That's so true.
I don't remember whose turn it was. It doesn't really matter. Let's take stock. I have 12 games left.
I have. I think maybe Ghost of Yote, or was it Bonanza was last?
Bonanza's the last we talked about.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, because we both talked about
Yes.
Bonanza, and
Yes.
I have 12 games left.
That's incredible.
Perfect. Wait, but how's it possible? Because you talked about Bonanza. Oh, because you're counting that.
Yeah.
And math is difficult. That's why we get to talk about video games.
All right, who's gonna go first? Should we shoot odds or evens for it?
I earnestly have no idea what that means.
Here's how you shoot odds or evens. This is something that people of the older generation do. Take one hand. You can either throw up 1 or 2 fingers. If the sum, and then the sum is either even or odd. So do you want even or odd?
I'll take even.
Okay, so if it's a 2 or a 4,
Yeah.
you are going next. If it's a 0 or a 1, because you can put up no fingers.
A 0? Or 3 even.
Sorry, 1 or 3. That's what I was like.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I meant to say. Because you can put up a 0 and one person puts up a 1
0
and
is
it's a 1.
not odd or even.
Right. Okay, so, all right. We're going to go 3, 2, 1, shoot. Okay?
Yeah.
You have evens. 3, 2, 1, shoot.
Okay, that's a 4. I go first.
Okay, you go first.
Let's talk, Aaron, about Still Wakes the Deep.
That's cool.
I like walking simulators quite a bit. I'm not really sure how many times I've had a chance to talk about them, frankly, on BLB. A lot of them I played pre us even doing this. Some of my favorite games like Firewatch and Gone Home and Edith Finch. And the one team that I never was actually a fan of was the Chinese Room, because I played Dear Esther and I don't like the game much at all.
Did they make Rapture or no?
Then I played Everybody's Gone to the Rapture and I was like, this game's fucking sick as hell.
Yeah.
And then they made Still Wakes the Deep, and I played that over the course of this last year, and it's about 4.5 hours long, and it is a story of a guy who's on an oil rig, a Scottish oil rig, and they like drill into like I don't know eldritch horrors, and then eldritch horrors like come out of the sea and start killing people, and things are exploding, and you're just this guy, and it's really cool. I mean, there are very few games that are as unabashedly Scottish as this. So I think that it takes a sort of like cultural element, and that gives it a distinct identity. But then it's just epic and it's gorgeous in a way that I think rarely get out of games that are this structurally simple. It feels almost like an action movie. There's stealth as like you're hiding from these creatures. There's action sequences where you're like running away and like things are exploding behind you and you have to like climb along the underside of something. It's like monkey bars, and I'm like, that is a way to sort of take this genre that I think some people might find stale and really inject it with an energy that you rarely see. And so I'm just a really, really big fan of it, and super surprised me.
Let me hit you with this, which you cut.
You were grinning the whole time. Yeah. I knew that you were planning something, and I don't like it. I don't like it when you're planning something.
Oil rig. Oxidation is losing. Reduction is gaining. I don't remember the R for certain, but
I don't know what you're talking
high
about.
school chemistry.
Yeah.
Literally almost a decade ago, high school chemistry. The acronym oil rig. Oxidation is losing is definitely the first part of it. Something is gaining.
Oxidation is loss, reduction is gain.
That's basically what I said. That's pretty incredible. Now, I don't know what is being oxidized or reduced. So I don't know what this is germane to.
The rig.
I think this game is really cool, Tucker. I've not played it myself, but I'm kind of aware of it because we did a book with Chinese Room for this one.
Oh.
And what's neat to me about this game is that there's like a real like specificity to the cultural the sort of cultural background of it, and I think that it's cool when you get that. Yeah. I think that always makes something feel very authentic to me. Obviously, it's not. I think of a game like Consume Me is very much specific to a person's life, but when you have a game specific to a culture as well, like Thank Goodness You're Here is another good example of this.
Oh, sure, yeah.
I think that makes for a really special game, and I don't think we get enough of those games with that kind of specificity, or it's for like feudal Japan or like contemporary America. And
there are certain cultures where that is very represented. If you want basically any culture or any period of Japanese history, you can probably go find a game that's going to give you a look into that. But yeah, no, I'm a big fan of this one. And as I also do love Everybody's Gone to the Rapture, I do think the Chinese Room in their sort of walking simulator roots have really grown. Yeah. I also played Amnesia, A Machine for Pigs, another game that they made, and I like that quite a bit. And I played their 2D physics platformer called Little Orpheus. That was a Apple Arcade exclusive that was ported to elsewhere. So I'm very much looking forward to them kind of refocusing after Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2. They developed and put out last year, and apparently was not great, and I think was too big of a project for them. So if they're able to, and also they're not, they're like a totally independent studio now, which they weren't actually for like the last 5 or 6 years. So yeah, I'm a big fan of their work, and I'm excited to see what they do next. And go check out Still Wakes the Deep. It's often on sale. It's not very long, and it is not exactly the kind of thing that people think of when they think of a walking simulator, because I think it does have that horror and those action elements to them that I like. There's just not a lot of games like this where it's not a full on like action story adventure game like something like Uncharted would be, because there's not really combat in the same way. Yeah. But it's also not a walking sim. Even like a simple horror walking sim does have this like a little bit more spectacle to it. So very, very cool game.
I mentioned it actually, so I might as well just do this next. Consume Me, I'd love to shout out.
Oh.
I love this game.
Is this the first Dev Dive alumnus on the episode here?
No, because yes, actually, I have another one coming up.
It's interesting. I actually think I've got a couple. I've got a couple at the top here. But, Consume Me.
Consume Me. I feel like I understand Jenny, the character in the game.
Sure.
better than like any other video game character I've ever embodied. Because I think this game is so good at like using its gameplay ideas to externalize and like literalize a lot of fears that Jenny has. I'm thinking, for
Mm,
example, about like when she goes to sleep and there's that fun little mini game of you trying
yeah.
to hold up all of her problems, or
Hmm.
obviously things like the food Tetris, etc. Um, and I think that just because of that relationship I built to this fictional version of Jenny, I was like totally hooked by the game.
Hmm.
Um, and I think that part of the reason it grabs me so much, not just in its exploration of her life through this semi autobiographical version of herself, but also just because it's pulling on like really time tested and popular ideas and using them for its own ends. So like
Hmm.
the persona style social link sort of thing where you have units of time that you can allocate to different personal skills,
Yeah. Yeah.
or the Wario where zaniness and style of mini game. Um, it's not particularly revelatory in any of its individual bits, but I think when you
Yeah.
put all those bits into the pot, it becomes
There's never been a
something.
game like
Yeah,
it.
it becomes something quite singular for
Yeah.
me. I really really love Consumi.
Yeah. And also, I mean, that art is just
Yeah,
fantastic. The
yeah, yeah.
color palette and how expressive the characters are, everything's so interesting and saturated and angular. And like,
Yes.
I really love how that game looks. And it is just such a unique package. And you really do find yourself getting into this rhythm of feeling that anxiety of what what do I do? Not because I need to level up, but because this person needs to like manage their relationships and like
Yeah.
lose weight and please her mother and eat meals and like wash herself and make money and like these things that you everyone balances on their own day to day, but you rarely get a chance in games to fall into that rhythm. And so I think that that sort of like days and week structure, having to hit certain goals and having things like take up either more time or less time, like there's this really well crafted balance between all of the elements that makes choosing any given activity a real decision that you have to make.
Yeah.
You can't just do things flippantly or like focus on one thing or you're just not going to be able to continue forward.
Yeah, I also just like there's this moment in chapter, I think it's chapter 4 because I think the game has 5 chapters, that is
Mhm.
like kind of I've seen criticized quite a bit because it's like pretty hard.
Mhm.
But what's interesting about it is that as you kind of come to learn after you finish it, is that you don't have to beat it. You have
Mhm.
to complete like 20% of what it's asking you to do. But I sort of found myself like so invested in Jenny that I
Yeah.
like I did it. I did everything. I was like, this is as urgent to me as it is to her, and I think that's just an indication of how well the game endears you to its perspective.
Yeah, yeah, great game. For me, next up is going to be Hades 2, a game that I played when it came out in early access. This was, I think, one of the first times I ever played an early access game, and I played a little bit of it. I'm like, I'm going to wait.
Yeah,
I gave them my money. Let's just wait for full release. And the game came out, and I kind of took me a little while to get into it because I'm like, man, I played Hades in 2020. It's been 5 years. Am I really gonna get into this again? And I started the game up, and I'm like, yeah, okay, yeah, the art is beautiful, and the music is great, and that kind of stuff. I'm like, I don't know if I'm feeling this. But then I just kind of sat there and kept playing, and then it was like 5.5 hours later, and I was like sweating in my chair, and I'm like, never mind, this shit still rips.
Do you
I mean,
think
it
do you think that's because like you needed to dial back into that style
probably.
game, or because there's something new that this game does that reveals
Uh,
itself to you?
mm, um, I don't know. I mean, I think that the games Hades and Hades 2 are very similar. And I haven't put as much time into Hades 2 as I did Hades 1.
Yeah.
But from everything that I've played and seen, I think it's probably an improvement, but though I'd probably need to play both of the games a little bit more in conversation with one another. And again, it's been 5 years
Yeah.
since I've played Hades, and then get deeper into Hades 2, but it balances its elements so well. The progression, there's a lot more currencies and things to sort of do and like many goals to set for yourself, and I think that that is what can ingratiate me to a run based game in a little bit deeper way. That certainly was present in Hades, but as Melanoe, the main character of Hades 2, learning to become a witch ostensibly, you can collect things in the environment and use those like you put them in a big cauldron and that gives you an upgrade and you can trade them into other characters that are like waiting at the sort of like crossroads of the dead. It's just got this interesting vibe and I like the
Cool.
characters a lot and then it also is like 2 games in one because not only you're going down to defeat Kronos, but then you can also go up to Olympus to try to escape, and so you can like kind of play between these 2 different versions of the game that do ultimately have different mechanics and bosses and goals. The when you're going up, you have like a ticking time that counts down, and so you can't just like take your time with it. You have to like play fast and aggressive, where you can play a little bit more loose while you're going down. So they do have different feels. It's a really excellent game, and it's one of those ones where it's clear they just had more ideas they needed to get in to a game like Hades, and so it totally makes sense why they would do a sequel. And I'm excited to see what they do next, as I am with basically anyone that I'm talking about here. It's like, hey, I loved your game. Let's see where you go next. But especially like with 2 Hades games, you don't need a third. You've really covered the ground here, I think.
Hades games seem pretty cool.
Hades nuts, Abram. Hold on. BlueSky.com.
Let me hit you with one that you're going to reject if you had the authority to do so. Okay? Because
do I have the authority to do so in my own mind?
In your mind, sure, but in a literal sense, you can't stop me from giving my next spot to the Nintendo Switch 2 itself.
Sure, fair enough.
I really feel like this system, which is actually conveniently seated right next to me.
Oh, I got mine right here too.
Whoa, look at that! It has like so
Nintendo Switch 1, Nintendo Switch 2, Nintendo Switch USA.
Whoa. It like so completely defined 2025 for me. And not even just in its games, but really in the hardware. And we've done a whole long video about Nintendo's 2025, and a good portion is dedicated to us just talking about how the systems fit into our lives. But I feel like this is it was so exciting to me in a way that not even like PS5 and launching was. And I got that on release. I was looking forward to it. That was a big moment. But the Switch 2 is quite different because obviously the Switch 1 was so important for in both of our lives for many different reasons. And to be sort of stepping into that next era felt very consequential. And I just couldn't be happier with it. And I feel like it's really... it's not that it's reignited my passion for games, because I don't really think it was waning, but it sort of brought back to the fore exactly how exciting games can be to me when I'm playing them on a piece of hardware that really moves me. And I think that the Switch 2 really, really does. It's answered everything I fell short about Switch 1, and it's encouraging me to pick it up often. And I don't always think that my systems are able to do that. And so you can go watch our video for my full thoughts on the Switch 1, but from Switch 2, sorry. But from January looking at leaks all the way through to the end of the year enjoying its many games, I don't think anything is like loomed as large in my whole damn life as a Switch 2.
Sure. Yeah. No, it's interesting. I've been thinking about, as we got our Nintendo Switch 2 like year in review official. We're tracking all your shit from Nintendo.
Yes.
Yes. And I've been thinking about the fact that I played plenty of Switch 2. I played like almost 300 hours of it last year, something like that. But it didn't quite define my life, and I think that part of it is a new system, and what that means is that there are a lot of games that aren't on it yet.
Yeah.
And the library's still building. And a lot of things aren't day and date yet, and it's starting to become more true as we look into 2026. And so I think that is part of the reason why I was still very balanced, because I love Switch 2 and I would love to play every game on here. But a lot of the games I want to play aren't. So there's that. And then I also think that a part of why I think Steam became one of my big elements this year is that Steam also does the Switch thing where I can put it on my PC or my TV or on a handheld.
Sure.
But they have a lot better sales. I go to a Nintendo sale and you'll see like the same game will be on sale on Steam and it'll be on sale on Switch, and it'll be like 70% off on Steam and like 30% off on
Ace
Switch.
Combat 7 was a recent example of this for me.
Yeah, where it's like you want it for $5, you want it for like 25.
Yeah.
And 25 is like, whoa, that's on sale. And I'm like, Nintendo. Like Steam is just so much more generous with their sales. And that really does make a big difference to me when I'm like, I can play this same game, and I'd love to play it on Switch too. I really enjoy my Switch too. But I can get it for, it's going to cost me like sometimes literally like 4 or 5 times as much.
Yeah.
So there still is this like Switch tax just only because of the way the Nintendo structures their sales. It's very odd.
And it's also not even really clear why that's happening, because like Bandai Namco could just make that game as cheap on both platforms, and they don't.
Yeah.
That is a strange thing to me. I just don't really understand, because like Capcom, for instance, Street Fighter 6 had a new version on Switch 2 this year, but you can get that for the same price as it goes on sale for on other platforms.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of people are just like, nah, the games are just more expensive on Nintendo, which is odd.
But also, this is not to comment on Nintendo's games, which I
Yeah.
almost never buy on sale because I buy them when they come out.
Yes.
But yeah, no, it's a weird cultural thing that I think I've never really realized was part of the reason why I'm not all in on Switch. But it's just the sales are not as good.
Yeah.
And also when you're looking through a sale, it's like, well, I think I probably already have this somewhere.
Sure.
Next up for me is a game called Kyle is Famous. Abram, have I described Kyle is Famous?
Yes, yeah, you made me play it with you a little bit.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Now here's the thing. I think that last year, after I discovered Kyle is Famous, I think I did that exact thing to like 5 or 6 people.
Yeah.
I think I did it to you. I did it to my friend Ivy, to Isaac, to my brother, to some of my new friends. Because it's a game that's unlike anything else. I think it's instantly understandable and instantly entertaining. So the concept is that you're a guy named Kyle who has a very famous like sort of late night show called Stay Up Late with Kyle, and you have to make it to your show. You got to prepare some notes in the morning for an interview that's happening later that night. You got to eat some breakfast. You got to put on your clothes. You just got to prepare for your day. But the game is presented through essentially flashcards. You're read some text by a narrator, and you're presented your choices through flashcards. And so it's very stylistically simple, but it presents this sort of interweaving choice branching narrative where you're presented 3 or 4 flashcards, and it'll be like, put on clothes, and then it'll be, okay, here's a subset of put on clothes, like put on a nice suit, don't put on anything, wear a suit of knight armor, or wear like skunk pasties, which is like, you cover your nipples with like dead skunk meat or something like that. And so it has this humor inherent to its concept, and it goes full in on each of these choices where whatever you do impacts the story. And you've only got like 20 set units of time to do anything before the run ends, and you move on and you go on the show. And so if you forget to eat breakfast in the morning because you're busy doing something else and you run out of time, then Kyle will pass out on the ground when he's on the show, and then it'll be like, the crew was confused and like all this stuff, and it leans into these things. But then it goes even further, where like it's like, all right, you're cleaning your carpet, and you find that in the crust of your carpet is like your friend Jim, who you thought died 5 years ago, and you find his corpse. And so then it's like this fucking like whole sequence where it's like Weekend at Bernie's, and Kyle and his dead friend Jim are like going around town and all this shit. And then through the power of friendship, Jim comes back to life and they go separate. And so it's fucking ridiculous. This game's fucking ridiculous. But it's all flashcards, Abram. And people don't do that with video games anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny. I've been working on a thing, and this thing, it's talking about the history of the graphic adventure game.
Sure.
And the way that evolves into the point and click and everything, but when you really reduce it down to the basics of the early 70s, 80s text adventure,
text adventures, yes.
There's a degree of fiddliness there, because you got to get the verbs right into the command line, but the opportunities for storytelling, even back then in text, is so great, because the way you can take this, like, choose your adventure idea and balloon it out by magnitudes of complication by merit of just the programming, allows for these incredible stories, and you don't need the other stuff. You don't need it. If as you're saying, Kyle's Famous is as intriguing in its text as it is, you don't need the window dressing around it.
Yeah, but I think it's also a good example of building upon something that does have a lot of intrigue and value, but not to many people. And I think that's still true for Kyle's Famous. It's still a
Yeah.
niche game, but I think it's so much more approachable and engaging to someone whose taste was not informed by text adventure games that even I have tried to play and are very difficult for me as someone who's so fascinated with storytelling in games. Like I would love to get into fucking Zork, but like,
Yeah.
am I am I really gonna do that? Am I really gonna do that? Um,
Yeah.
but so what Kyle is Famous does is it takes this idea of presenting things through text, but there's narration. There's really excellent narration that has a sense of humor to it, and it's very fun. There's sound design. Okay, that helps. You know, you click on a Kyle eats something, and it'll be like a squelching noise. Okay, that's a little bit of extra sauce on there. But then it also plays with its visuals in interesting ways. Where there's this one sequence I don't remember what leads to it, but the sprinkler system turns on at the studio when you're on the show, and there's like little drips of water that like rain down on the cards, and they like evaporate away.
Yeah.
Or when the lights turn down because the show is starting, it goes boom, and then the lights dim on the screen and stuff. And so there's just these little touches of like immersiveness that are easy to do, but add so much like character to it, where it ended up feeling so much more than flashcards. And I think that to me is like it's one of those ones where there's not another game
Yeah.
like Kyle is Famous. It uses the medium in an interesting way, and it also makes me think of like, if this can be done, what if there was a Kyle's Famous structurally and sound production design wise version of Zork or Colossal Cave Adventure or something, where it was presented through choices where you didn't have to type in specific phrases, and there was like a voice acting and sound design and stuff. Like, that sounds pretty awesome to me. And so yeah, I really really do recommend Kyle's Famous. I mean, it's a game that I didn't know anything about, and I played it. I was just so impressed by it. And I kept revisiting it. I mean,
Yeah.
it's straight up got like 100+ endings and branching storylines and things you can get. So I'm nowhere near playing through everything there. And it's something that I have a lot of fun showing to people, because I think it's instantly understandable, but so unique that I've found that when I show it to people, they're really quite taken by it.
Tucker, let me treat you. Let me do a video game this time. Let's talk a little.
Yeah, there's always this moment where I'm on one edge. I'm like, ooh, is he gonna ruin my day, or is he gonna make it better? I don't know.
I want to talk about Chibi Robo,
Oh.
which I replayed this year because it came to the Switch Online.
Plug into adventure.
Plug into adventure. Yes, indeed.
I know which game you're talking about, so
Thank you.
wanted to clarify.
It's important. I'm not talking about clean sweep here. I really, really, really love this game, and I think that what is so interesting to me about it is the way that it feels quite emergent, despite not really being emergent at all. I think the way that it gives you this very tightly constructed and specific open world environment in the Senerson's house to explore. And the way that it fills it with these characters who have these very specific plot lines that you kind of encounter in a way that feels like is by chance, but is really by design of the game, is really good at making this Toy Story style world feel like it's actually coming to life around you. And I feel like I really pay close attention to things happening in Chibi Robo in a way that I don't always in other games, because this is a game starring a guy that needs you to perform a very specific set of button inputs to do every action. This guy's got to charge. This guy only has a limited amount of steps he can take before he's got to recharge.
Sure.
So you got to turn around, you got to pick up his plug, you got to pop it into the wall, you got to pop it out of the wall, you got to put it on your head, you got to put it back on the ground. And I think that the sum of the way that this sort of invisible hand is guiding you through this world that feels endlessly alive, with the fact that you have to pay like such specific attention to what's happening around you, just like really keeps me close to the game. And I love that a lot, and I love getting to see a lot of people play it for the first time this year through GameCube Online, and it kind of to me demonstrated the power of that app.
Yeah, 100%.
Just in that, Chibi Robo, I think, sort of has a status about it because of the way it's been spoken about by the limited amount of people who have played it, and now to open it up to people to experience finally for the first time. Giovanni Colantonio, for instance, wrote a really excellent reflection on Chibi Robo for a polygon that I loved. It was just very cool to me. And I kind of feel like we're in
Did you
a
see? Did you see his piece about Big Hops? Where he
yes,
said that it outdoes Donkey Kong Bonanza. I'm like, Jesus Christ! I was sitting next to Chris when he read that. I'm like, that's fucking crazy.
yeah.
That's a crazy headline.
So yeah, I was just very happy to be able to revisit Chibi Robo and I think understand it a little bit more this time because I think that in its invisible hand, in its particular rhythms, it took me a while on my first playthrough, which was many years ago, to like really get it. I kind of felt pushed away by the game initially,
Mhm.
but when you learn it a little bit better and you see what it's doing, I think there's a lot to really be endeared by.
Mhm. Yeah, like a little robot, like a little robot. Uh, I'm gonna talk about Clutter 1000, Abram. Now
Okay,
this incorporates all of the Clutter games that I played this year.
fair.
Which I played like 3 or 4 of. Um, Clutter is an unhidden object game where there's a lot of objects, and you just find the one that you find the match. Just like, oh, there's like 2 of these, and you click on both of them. It's really simple. It's stupid simple, and it uses all stock photo assets and of like royalty free music and stuff. And that to me is an example of how you don't need much of anything to make a game that is really engaging for a certain kind of person. Now, this is another one of those games where I don't know if I would recommend Clutter to anyone,
Sure.
but I found it fascinating in the how it pushes the boundaries of games, and that it's not using like original assets, and it's just this type of puzzle, kind of not, that no one else is really doing.
Yeah.
And this is the first one here on my list that was a game that I talked about on Dev Dive. And I found out about these games, and I'm like, I gotta find out, like, who is this guy? Like, why? And there's this guy named Joe who his company is Puzzles by Joe, and he's just been making these fucking Clutter games. I mean, he's on like Clutter 19 over the course of like 20 years. He's just made these games, and they sell to a market of people that we don't know. And it playing this game really keyed me into a breadth of what the games industry is to different people that aren't of our demographic, that don't know what Polygon is, that
Sure.
have never played a Nintendo game. There are games out there that people love and spend money on and have a litany of sequels that we're totally unaware of. And I gave them a try, and I played so much Clutter. I would play it. I don't know if I've admitted this to you, but I would play it while we were doing Quest. Like,
Yes.
I would I just like something to like fiddle with while we're like talking about a fucking like 1950s Czech movie or whatever. And that was just I'm certainly the only person in history to ever have done that. But yeah, I'm just a huge fan of it, and I don't know if I implore people to like go look it up or check it out. Like, it doesn't really bother me that it's niche. But the only thing that I can say about it is if anything, use my surprise passion for it to maybe be a little more curious and find games from alternative sources and styles that you may initially write off. Because I think that a lot of people would look at this, and people that I respect and some of my friends look at this and be like, I mean, that's just like fucking like cash grab slop.
Well, yeah.
But I really don't think that that's the case.
Yeah, it's funny. We got BLB got a shout out on the Critical Error Patreon bonus show
Oh, cool.
last week because Jake was talking about our video because one of his viewers had written in about our show where we did the top games decade so far.
Oh,
And,
wow.
and Jake was talking more about his list, and he was saying, either Abram doesn't like me as much as I thought he did, or I submitted my list too late because my list wasn't mentioned. Jake, if
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
watching this, your list was too late to be mentioned.
It was too late, yeah.
But in
It was
his
like
list,
straight up like an hour after we finished the video.
yeah, in his list and in the video, he was talking more about New York Times Connections as one of the games he thinks is the strongest of the decade.
Yeah.
And I think that that's like a really shrewd point that
Yeah,
dovetails
absolutely.
nicely with what you're saying about Connections, about Clutter, which is just these games that exist out there that aren't that would be written off as something that just like normal people use to pass the time, but are indeed cleverly designed video games.
Yeah.
And a good example for this, for me, and this is a little bit more traditionally game like, but Gubbins
Mm-hmm.
is a little word game on the phone that I really love too. I think that it's a good practice to pay attention to the type of game that is speaking to the person that would not consider themselves a gamer, but is
Yeah.
being made one by atypical games. So Jake, consider this your affirmation that yes, I do like you, and two, that was a good submission to the video. You just did it at the wrong time.
Real as fuck. Real as fuck. But
Um,
also, it wouldn't
yeah,
have made the list because no one else voted it.
nobody else put that on those, but we would have shouted it out for sure because it would have
Oh,
been
absolutely,
among
yeah.
the most interesting submissions.
Maybe the.
Maybe the for sure.
uh
No,
oh no!
no,
I just want to talk about
no.
my silly little video games, Abel. I just got chastised. So is what happened there.
Tucker, let me mention a little game here called Dig Dig Dino.
Oh, triple D's.
Yes, my favorite. This is a playdate game where you play as this little guy who is
My top 10 Playdate games are Thomas like doing Thomas Tank Engine, Sandbox,
Sit and Spin. That's a good one.
No, I'm
See,
just talking about like
the-
when I had a Playdate when I was like 3 or 4.
This is the
You know.
problem. People have co-opted Sit and Spin to be something evil. But when I was a kid, I loved my Sit and Spin. You didn't have one?
Oh, is that like that's a thing? Oh, it's like it's a little thing that's like slightly off kilter, so you can like just sit there. And
You
like,
literally sit there and you spin. It was an
fan
incredible
of it.
activity.
No, I was not a fan of that.
Here's another incredible activity. Playing.
Oh wait, hold
Hold
on.
on. Okay, go
No.
ahead.
You know those things, the little things like it's like shaped like little wedge, and it's got the handles, and you do this, and you go. You know, remember those? Remember those?
No.
Okay.
No, I don't. Dig Dig Dino.
What did you just slap?
My standing desk came with this little rubber thing that you're supposed to put a drink in. But
On.
well, there's
Oh, it's a dip. It's got a dip.
yeah,
of
you
some
put
sort.
it. It's both in and on. But I don't really give a fuck if I get like a table ring on my table. Who cares? I really enjoy Dig Dig Dino. It's this little fun puzzle game where you are excavating these tracts of lands for very peculiar dinosaurs. Not real dinosaurs, all fictional, strange ones. Aliens that are dinosaurs that have like swords sticking out of them, all kinds of shit. Dinosaurs that are just goofy guys. And it's just this like very simple rogue type experience where as you dig, you get gems. You can spend the gems to get better tools. So you can dig into harder materials and you can find more bones. What it sort of did for me is that it really literalized, I think, this often abstract conversation people have about the idea of handheld style games disappearing as consoles become handhelds, which I think is true, but I often think that people say this in like a very abstract way, and it's not particularly clear what type of game they're missing or looking for. And I think that Dig Dig Dino for me was a great example of the type of game that really only makes sense and best lives on a little handheld system like the Playdate. Because I'm popping this out for 5-10 minutes of digging, just enough time to do one run, get some better tools and get ready to jump back in. Next time I got a couple minutes while waiting for dinner to finish, or I'm in the car because it's a play date. You got to have the sun shining on you to appreciate the game.
Yeah.
And I just liked that spirit. I like that spirit of something small that doesn't ask much of my time, but uses those little few minutes I have in a way that's more productive than like scrolling around on Blue Sky. It's got a great sense of style, and I appreciate a game that uses the crank on the playdate, but doesn't hinge the whole experience around it. It's taking advantage of the affordances of the system without feeling entirely like slavishly devoted to them. I think it's a really cute little game. I highly recommend it to the 0 people watching this video, the playdate.
Yeah, I don't know who does. Yeah. Even in our like sicko circle, I'm like, I don't have one.
Yeah, I don't know. I know like literally 2 people that do.
Yeah. Can I talk about another game?
Yes. By all
Awesome.
means.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Let's talk about Dispatch, Abram.
Sure.
Dispatch is really, really, really cool. It is, for those who need the context, developed by a team called Ad Hoc Studios that is primarily comprised of people that
What if I don't want them to have the context?
Then leave the room, frankly.
Okay.
People who
I'll be right back.
were at Telltale Games back in the day. And while Telltale's games definitely had an audience, and obviously there are a lot of them, it's interesting that they kind of like burned themselves out, and I think people got kind of tired of it. But with the team coming back and sort of refactoring how they approach their game design, I think it keeps the same appeal as Telltale's games of characters and branching narrative and performance, specifically vocal performance. But it takes away all the fat. I played and then watched my brother play even more of the Telltale Walking Dead game this year. And a lot of that game is just like walking around an environment and being like, oh, I need like a fucking can. And then like, I got to like give a specific person this can in order to like proceed with the game. And for Dispatch, they're like, well, what if you just like played the part of the game that people want to play, which is the cutscenes and the choices. And it works. It works so well. I think that it also then incorporates gameplay that makes sense within the narrative of the game, which is that you're this non-superpowered guy named Robbie Robertson III, who works at a superhero dispatching agency, and you're on your computer and you're like, all right, Invisigal, go here. Punch Up, go here. Like, manage this kind of crime that needs super speed or needs strength or needs charisma or something. So your squad has different stats and you're managing them, and it takes a certain amount of time for them to go to this place, finish it up, come back. They have to rest for a second. And I like the management. The dispatching gameplay is the worst part of the game, in my opinion. It's like not that deep. It's decently clever. It's not, it's unique, but it's not great. But then there's like what the rest of the game is, which is not only a superhero story, which I'm a big fan of, but just well written and has great characters and a good sense of humor, and is also just really like gorgeous. I mean, you watch the animation of this and you're like, holy Christ! If there's a theatrically released movie that looked this good, we'd be like, God damn, that's a really great looking animated film. But it's also this is a video game. I was just really, really taken by the game's heart. The characters are all great. They use voice actors from sort of like atypical places. People like Alana Pierce and Moist Critical and Jacksepticeye, and they've got like some fucking rappers and stuff as voice actors in there. And they all do a great job. Like straight up, Jacksepticeye has a very good vocal performance in this game, and I never would have expected that. And so even though it is sort of built on these bones of a long legacy of Telltale's games, because it is produced independently and made by a comparatively small team, it does have this sort of scrappy energy to it. Like we're trying to figure out something that's kind of like fresh and new, and it seems to have really succeeded. I mean, people really connected with this to the point where less than a week ago, I got a text from my friend Gabe, who hasn't had a video game system since the DS, and he said, "Have you ever heard of Dispatch?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I have. Yeah, why? Why are you asking that?" Like this game has really broken out, and I'm just really impressed by it. And I think we're looking down the barrel of a new studio with a hopefully very consistent and high quality set of games, being able to revitalize a genre that was just fucking beaten into the ground when Telltale was releasing like 3 or 4 games a year, and they were buggy and unfinished. The chapters kept getting delayed and all this stuff. Like, it is all the best parts of what Telltale games were, which is Telltale games looked very good. They had an interesting art style. They had good performances. The narratives were solid. They were episodic. But then it's like, well, let's just take like the good parts and make a game that's only the good parts. Like all the episodes, they didn't come out at once, but they came out on a weekly cadence, so people were checking in, which is way different from like a 2 or 3 month gap that a Telltale game would have previously. It's just like they did it. Like they did the thing of that. It was cool, but like it can be. Telltale is good, but it can be better.
We love Wonder Woman 1984 in this house.
No, we fucking don't.
3 things for you, Chucker. 1, I like the bit about making me leave the room because, to be honest with you, for the last 20 minutes I was worried they left my oven on. I hadn't, but I got checked.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, okay.
2, when this game comes to Switch, which I think has maybe happened or is happening imminently,
It's very soon. I think. Dispatch.
I will
Switch 2.
probably be waiting for it to go on sale. But then when it does, I will be checking this out
It
for
is.
sure.
How much do you think this game costs?
I think it costs $29.95.
Hold on, Switch 2, eShop page loading. Oh, age verification. Oh yeah, this game's like got violence and like alludes to sex. Hold on. I'm old enough. I'm old enough, Nintendo. Abram, it is available, and it is on sale.
For what's the cost?
$26.
That's actually a wonderful price. Tucker? I almost bought it right now, but
No,
I gotta
no.
finish some things first. I got too many games on the go.
The sale ends on the 28th, so you've got
I got
11
time.
days to
I got
decide.
time to clear a little bit of stuff up, but I've been not doing a great job of my rule of don't buy a game unless you are ready to play it at the time of purchase.
Sure. Yeah.
But yes, I do want to play Dispatch. Third thing, yes, this game is huge. My friends that are like not super into games are like telling me about the TikToks of like wanting to fuck the various characters.
Yeah.
Tucker, let me do a game here again. I'm gonna do Mario Kart World. Does that make your list?
Mario Kart World!
Did that make your list?
No. It's a
Okay.
cool game, though. Love that game.
Yeah, I so like any Mario Kart game they released was going to be in this list just by merit of my adoration for Mario Kart, both personally, but also as a series that Jean and I both love and spend a lot of time playing.
Hey, I was wrong about Dispatch. It releases on the 28th, so you can't even play it yet.
So it's a pre.
The-
it's a pre.
It's a pre-order sale.
Sure.
So you're gonna, if you get it, it'll be on sale.
Yeah.
But the sale also ends the day it comes out. So like you gotta like make a decision.
Yeah, we'll see. We got 11 days to figure that out. So any Mario Kart game was gonna be on my list. I share this love with Jean, but I think what's great to me about a Mario Kart World is that it really does a lot to be more than just the next Mario Kart. And obviously, we did a very robust discussion about this game, which people can go find. But I think the short version of it is that there's this quote in the Ask the Developer interview before the game came out that's been ringing in my ears for like 6 months about how they were like really thinking about freestyle skateboarding when they were working on the game. And I think that comes through in the amount of choice you have as you're racing and the way that you can make all these decisions back to back to back that make your run much different from the racers next to you. You know, Jean plays this game mostly staying in the middle of the track and slaloming around. I'm playing it bouncing off of cars, landing on zip lines. I'm going up telephone poles. I'm jumping off there. It's like, you know, moment to moment, you have to make a choice. When in Mario Kart, previously, that's not always been the case. Previously, a lot of the joy of Mario Kart was in the tracks, the novelty of the tracks. But now I think it's baked into the bones of the racing. And I find that to be very satisfying. But it's seemingly also something that is not as attractive to people. And I'm not saying this in an abstract system seller way. I don't care. I'm talking specifically about like playing this game with Jean and playing with my sister and them kind of wanting to go back to Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Which is sort of a bummer for me at times. I get around this, if I'm being honest, by never carrying my copy of Mario Kart 8 Deluxe on me, so they have no choice.
Oh, oops, sorry, guys.
I've done this to several family events at this point. But I think that the result is just a game that is asking more of you, and I am the type of person that wants to be asked that when it comes to Mario Kart. So I think this game is really truly unique, and I think that that's not something I would have expected to say about Mario Kart 9, and I'm glad that I can.
Yeah, well, because it's not Mario Kart 9. It is a fundamental rethinking of what the goals of a Mario Kart
which is
game
why they didn't do the
are.
number. As they said.
As I said. But I really like what you said about taking the joy and placing it more intrinsically on the racing.
Yeah.
I think that is why it's a game that appeals to me a lot more than because I always thought the tracks were neat. But I think that the racing is good in previous Mario Kart games, but it was really dependent on like I really like Maple Treeway, and so. When I think about Mario Kart, I'm like, oh, I like Maple Treeway, but I'm not like, oh boy, I love Mario Kart. I'm like, well, I like Maple Treeway. But it's just more true with Mario Kart World that I enjoy playing the game more. And I think that also, for me, the structure around the game, even if it's not amazing, is enough to give it that extra bump of like, This feels more thoughtful to me. Part of my disconnect from a game like even Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, which is very content rich, is that it's very menus. It's very, you select a thing and then you go to the thing, and everything is totally disparate.
Yeah.
But Mario Kart 1 is a very cohesive game. Almost everything is situated within a coherent map, and there is an open world, and you have extra collectibles you can go find, and all this stuff. And it reutilizes maps in slightly different ways with the Grand Prix and Knockout Tour and the different side modes and stuff. Like, I think that it feels more thoughtful to me.
Yeah.
In a way that makes me more interested in it than I was with previous Mario Kart games.
For sure. For truly.
For truly. Abram,
And don't call me
as God is my witness, Year of Our Lord 2025, I loved a Hideo Kojima game. Hideo Kojima. Death Stranding 2 on the beach is fucking cool, man. I loved this game, and I was so surprised too, because not only I'm not a fan of the other Kojima games that I've played, which was Death Stranding 1 and Metal Gear Solid 1. I think they're fine. Death Stranding 1 to me edges on not very good.
It's a snoozer.
But I agree. I agree, and I played through the entire game.
Yeah.
Again in 2025. Really to situate myself for the narrative, which is fine. I ultimately think I could have gotten away with it. Like it it's a world that has so much fucking like terminology and fucking bullshit.
It's a proper noun game.
Yeah, absolutely is. Like in every sentence they're using like three or four like slangs of like concepts and creatures and places and organizations. And all that shit. So I'm glad that I at least immersed myself in the world of Death Stranding, because it gave me a chance to appreciate Death Stranding 2 through all of the sci-fi nonsense that I do ultimately enjoy, but find a game that is gorgeous, that is epic, that is engaging on a gameplay level, but is also very meaningful in its character progression and relationships and performances. I was really, really taken by this game. I think that it's one of the most beautiful games ever crafted from a visual fidelity perspective. I think that the environment variety, this game takes place in Australia, is very fascinating. Lots of cool different environments you can go through. The dynamic weather makes the world feel like really kinetic and dynamic, and water levels are raising, lowering, and a lightning strike will cause a forest fire that totally changes the way you're approaching, going through an area. And also, it's just like this game to me makes the argument for that. They often feel like, especially in the circles that we run in, like a little bit hesitant to make this argument, an argument for quality of life, especially in a game that is as distinct as Death Stranding 1 in particular is. In that this game has fast travel, and it has guns that are like fun to use, and you can turn on like a lot of assist options to make the game go down smoother, and that's why I liked the game. And so for me, massive win, and that I was able to play it as a decently easy action game that had beautiful set pieces, and I was trekking through this world and the music was playing and I was enjoying the characters. I'm like, yeah, I love that game. So like, it's a good thing that they sent it off the interesting but rather rough edges from Death Stranding 1, and it made a game that goes down smoother, but sometimes that's a good thing. I love Death Stranding 2. I think that the characters are so fascinating. I love the Magellan, this crazy ship that travels under the tar, and you've got fucking George Miller, who's lost a hand. He's got a goo cat on his shoulder, and you have a little puppet that hangs from your belt that talks to you, and you can shoot him up in the air and to use as like a drone. It's like, this game's fucking ridiculous and wacky, and it's again one of the most beautiful games ever. But then it's also a really fascinating story about grief, about losing a child, about overcoming that, about working with others in the way that they need to help them overcome their grief. I love the ensemble cast. I love Tomorrow, and I love Rainy, and I love Fragile, and I love Tarman and Dollman, and like these characters all have ridiculous fucking names, but they feel believable to me, and it's because the game gets downtime, a social downtime, in the way that I really love out of my favorite games and my favorite movies, my favorite stories, for there to be lulls between action spectacle and sci-fi bullshittery to just talk to one another.
Yeah.
And the idea of the Magellan, this place you can keep going back to, and Sam sits down on his one bed, and he has like his books on the shelves that other people gave him, and then you can peek out into the hallway and see Rainey and Fragile like helping Tomorrow with something, and they'll be like, "Hey Sam, come over here and answer this question for us." And I'm like, that's the key. That's what makes me care. Is like these are people that have their dynamic, and this is their place. That's why I love. That's why I love the home tree in God of War Ragnarok. That's why I love Garreg Monastery and in Fire Emblem Three Houses. These places for the characters to be between action missions and spectacles and their goals to just socialize. And it made a really, really special experience to me that I truly loved. It's a really excellent game.
Here's what's gonna happen, Tucker. There's gonna be a Nintendo Direct in February.
Yeah.
In this Nintendo Direct, 505 Games is going to announce Death Stranding Director's Cut for Nintendo Switch 2. I'm going to play that when it releases in August.
Director's Cut?
Yeah.
Death Stranding 1.
That's what I meant. Death Stranding 1 Director's Cut.
All right, Abram.
It's on Xbox. It's going to release in August. I'll give it a shot.
Now, I know I do this to you so often.
Yeah.
You bought that game on Steam Deck. Go play in your fucking Steam Deck.
I don't like the Steam Deck. I think the Steam Deck like blows chunks. I turn it on when I have no other choice.
Well, you know what it does? Is it does blow. I mean, there's like a lot of fan noise.
They say don't breathe in that smoke, but I'm huffing that really deep every time I turn it on. It smells really good. I don't care. I'm serious. I don't care what it's doing to me. I don't care.
Yeah.
It smells good.
Okay, so you're going to play Death Stranding Director's Cut when it comes to Switch 2.
Yeah, which it's going to. In August, that's my prediction.
Yeah.
If I like it, this time, I'll play Death Stranding 2 because I want to play Death Stranding 2 a lot.
Yeah.
But I'm just telling you.
I do think you'd like that game.
I just can't watch it.
No.
A 45-minute recap from somebody named like Mr. Gamer Bro. And then play the second game. I have to play the first one first. Yeah. So, let's do another game here. Actually, no, I'm going to throw a piece of software at you. Tucker, just before the end of 2025...
TurboTax!
I was on a Discord call with you, our friend Dan Parr,
Heard of him.
and our friend Botox Games.
Yeah, familiar.
And we played a game called The First Amusio. And The First Amusio is not my entry on the list, but the mode through which we played First Amusio is, and that is game chat.
Sure.
Because the experience of playing First Amusio, which is this very obscure, let's call it obscure. This very obscure and very small video game that we kind of turned into a meme. We all bought and we played together. It's kind of like
I bought it for all you guys. There was none of we all bought.
Sorry, that's true.
I Venmo'd you each the money to buy First Amusio.
You Venmo'd me money specifically for First Amusio. That's
Correct.
a good correction.
Yes. This is my Christmas gift to you.
This is
now,
true.
Am I a cheap bastard because it was a $4 Christmas gift? Maybe.
Oh, well, I didn't even get you a Christmas gift. So
that's actually true as fuck.
and so we all were gifted this game generously, and we played it together on Game Chat. It's kind of like if a Playdead game was made by somebody who's like, let's say, still getting their feet under them when it comes to making games.
Yeah, it was made by like an 11-year-old.
We don't know. And it was so fun to be sitting in this game chat call where we all have our screens on and we are shitting on each other for being a screen or two behind, collaborating to figure out solutions, and just generally enjoying that experience. I think that game chat isn't anything that's particularly new, but I think that its ease of use on Switch 2 has facilitated some really fun multiplayer experiences this year. First Amusio sticks out quite clearly. Another one is when we were all playing Drag and Drive together and figured out how to do a group jack off session in Drag and Drive. It's just funny. It's funny that Nintendo from the jump was like, this is gonna look the bad and run bad game chat screen sharing, and it does, and it's kind of part of the fun. I think. I think that game chat will continue to fizzle into a complete irrelevance and will be remembered the way that not even like the 3D screen on 3DS will be remembered, but the way that like Face Raiders will be remembered in that like it
Sure.
won't be. But
Or like Wii U chat.
that's better analog.
Yeah, I think that's a vague 1-to-1.
Or TV
almost.
mode on Wii U. Like who was using TV mode? Who was using the gamepad as a TV remote?
Oh,
Nobody.
I see. Yeah.
And there's a button. There's a button on the gamepad for
That's
that.
a great fucking point.
But yeah, I love.
Wait, on the gamepad?
Yeah, there's a button on the gamepad that says TV.
I never even noticed that.
Yeah. Well, let me double check now to make sure I'm not wrong, but I don't think I am.
No, you're unlocking a deep memory. I've held the Wii U gamepad many
deep
times.
memory. Yeah, I'm right. It's
Okay.
It's called TV
Fucking wild.
next to power.
Now, Aaron,
Mhm.
fun parallel because there is indeed a C button for game chat on Nintendo Switch
Yeah,
too.
that's why I shouted it out.
Yeah, and I also really do love it. And I think that it's interesting that
Proof.
C button proof. We weren't lying about that. The thing that I think excites me about game chat is that it's some of the good parts about Discord that we use constantly and have for years, and that's actually one of our primary modes of communication, not only between each other but with a lot of our friends. But also within a video game system, and specifically a Nintendo system. I've enjoyed using the like built-in Discord integration on and like parties on PlayStation. I actually think those work pretty well, but you can't share your screen. And that's like I think you can, but like it's weird, and maybe you can't do it at the same time.
Also, the mic on the DualSense fucking sucks because I miss probably 30% of the words you say. The mic on the Switch 2
is great,
crystal clear.
It's great,
crystal clear.
Yeah, it's in the dock. But big Nintendo games are social, and we played a number of social Nintendo games this year. Kirby Air Riders, Mario Kart World, Dragon Drive, where we were able to utilize their own built-in functionality to see each other's screens and to talk to one another and all this kind of stuff. It's very simple, but it removes a barrier. It's got its own funny little barriers, but I don't know. It's neat, and I think that we should try to make like a little pact to use game chat more often. Like when we're hanging out. Hang out in game chat.
I agree. There's one holdout in our group.
Yeah, because Bo likes to do fucking stuff.
But there's no reason. There's no justification for it. He's invented some justification that's irrelevant.
Yeah, but I'm also a very big fan of game chat. So it's a good pull there. I'm going to talk about Yakuza Kiwami 2 here, and I'm using this as a sort of catch-all for the fact that I played through Yakuza 0, Kiwami, and Kiwami 2 in 2025, and I really loved all three of them. Playing 3 games from one series in 1 year is very rare for me. And I even started Yakuza 3, and now I'm not playing that game, not only because it's very clunky, but because Kiwami 3 is coming out very soon. But, yeah, I mean, I really like Yakuza. I don't like these games as much as I did Yakuza Like a Dragon. I think that the turn-based combat in that, and specifically Ichiban as a character, raised that game above this Kiryu saga for me. But I still love all 3 of these games. And Kiwami 2 is a great example to me of just a nice polishing, because Kiwami 2 is in a new engine. You can walk into the stores without being a loading zone. The combat's so much more fluid. Hits actually connect a lot better and stuff. But it's just fun to check back in the Yakuza world, because it is so iterative and it is so cyclical, and you're using the exact same map, but progressing it. And so when Club Sereno, which is this little bar that Kiryu and a couple of characters are hanging out a lot in Yakuza 0, when it's now 20 years later, and Club Sereno is a little bit different, and it's closed down, and I'm like, oh, I remember this bar from 2 games ago, and now it's been refactored into this, and it's oh, that's kind of interesting. It has a sort of really believable progression between the games and the characters that is really, really fascinating to me as someone who does love chapter-based iterative storytelling, long-form storytelling. And not a lot of game series really get the chance to really lean into that. And if they do, it's a lot of times it doesn't really work.
Yeah.
But Yakuza has been made in the same map by the same team on a yearly basis for so long that there just isn't the gap to have the games feel like markedly different, but I think that's okay. And I'm really excited to get Kiwami 3 under my belt. I'm getting that game day one. I'm going to play through it. I'm sure I'm going to really like it. And then be able to dive back in to 4, 5, 6, and Ishin and Gaiden and
Yeah.
Pirate Yakuza. There's such a well for me to dive into. And I'm 4 full length games into the series, and I really feel like I've barely scratched the surface. And that's like a really exciting feeling to be like, I have this like roadmap of Yakuza games for me to play over the course of like the next 5 years, and by the time I'm done with that, there'll probably be 2 more out, and Stranger Than Heaven, and probably another Kiwami and all this shit. Like
Gang of Dragon.
and King of Dragon. But yeah, no, I'm a huge Yakuza fan now. Playing
Tucker.
3 games in 1 year.
Remind me, do I want Zero or Kiwami first?
In my opinion, it doesn't really matter. I think 0 is the better starting place. It's young Kiryu and Majima, and you switch between them. I think you'll like Majima quite a bit. That I think 0 is the one to go for.
That's the first one chronologically?
Yeah, yes it is. And also, you're not enough of a dipshit to like worry about like the problems that they have in director's cut.
No, I don't give a fuck at all. I'm actually buying it right now because it's on a 30% sale, and I have some eShop credit. So
is it?
For me, it's going to be $25.44. I've got that to my name. I am moved by the idea of trying this game.
Sure.
I can't make any promises.
Yeah.
But I can tell you as a fact of nature that there's a Yakuza
0 director's cut is downloading on your Switch.
Downloading on that system right there.
Yeah. So here's what I'll say.
Yeah.
Is I think that this could be a game for you that is best played over time.
Yeah.
Doing a short mission a day, checking in on a couple of side missions, whatever. And also, even though a lot of Yakuza fans will tell you the exact opposite, I think it's okay to mainline the games.
Yeah, I'm going to.
Do a couple of side missions and like dick around with a couple of things. I think there's a lot of fun to be had in the side content. But I played Yakuza 0 and I beat it in like 20 hours, and that's like very reasonable. When in reality, there's like 60 hours of content in there, and people present the games as if they're that. But it's also like a reasonably length game if you don't do everything.
Yeah, and I don't really feel the need to, but I just feel like but your enthusiasm for it, and I have to say, it's not to invalidate your enthusiasm, but also Dan's enthusiasm for it as somebody who doesn't. It's like
he's a lot more similar to you.
If everybody around me is saying that this is something intriguing, I feel like I've really wanted to give it a shot here.
Yeah.
I will tell you, I just checked the eShop. Blood was also on sale.
Refresh supply?
Yeah. Didn't I was like, between Yakuza and this, I'm more interested in trying Yakuza.
Sure. Yeah. Cool. Great.
Tucker.
I have 5 left.
Yeah, I have 6 left. So do I go twice? Does that make sense?
No. That's
I don't know.
We don't at every single step of the thing we don't have the exact same amount of games because we're trading off.
I don't know. I just don't know.
I don't know, man.
Let me hit you with Nubby's Number Factory.
Oh, shout out! That's in your top 5 or top 6, rather.
Well, bear in mind, it's not. Again, this isn't.
Oh, it's not ranked.
It's not ranked, but it is.
In your top 25.
It was in the
kind of.
It was in the 11 that I had written up for my blog. If that counts. Shout out Ethan. We hung out. Very cool guy. But that
not going to PAX, by the way. I heard that the other
okay,
day.
bummer.
Told me.
That only marginally factors into my interest in Nubby's Number Factory.
Sure. Yeah. Because you were obsessed with this game long before you met him.
Yes. It started out as a Northern Lion thing. I use YouTube basically exclusively to watch Northern Lion and Hasanabe clips. And for like a month, I was watching Northern Lion play this Nubby's game. Like, what the fuck? I don't know what this is. But it's like something amusing to look at while he's talking about like, it's like arguing with his chat or whatever. And then you got the dev dive lined up. I'm like, there's something here I want to try out. And then you bought it, and then you were playing it, and I knew that it had captured my heart and my mind because I couldn't launch it because you were playing it And I was like, I can't wait. I need to buy it myself. And I
Yeah.
did because
Oh, I didn't realize that.
because for me, like I don't really like these Bellatra style games. It's just not
Sure.
really
Yeah.
for me. But Nubby's Number Factory has this like assemblage of strange little people in like widgets and gizmos that
I
is
love
like
widgets.
so singular, and they're so funny and weird. Whether it's like a rubber chicken or like a poop guy or like a snot filled nose or like like a radiated glow stick. Like the game is so unforgettable in the power ups it gives you and the tools it gives you, and it also has a mode called like Nubby Junior or something, which is the only way I play the game, where it makes it a little easier for you,
Oh,
and
okay. I didn't know about that.
that is all about getting a high score. And my high score in Nubby's Number Factory on Nubby Junior, whatever it's called, is like 69.4 billion. Because it understands that the fun of these games is just like watching shit go crazy, and shit goes
Yeah,
so
yeah.
crazy when you're playing Nubbies. So I'm a huge fan of this game. I think I think just the surreal audio visual experience of it moves me quite deeply, and every once in a while I just pop back in for another round just to see if I can how many billions I can rack up at a time.
Yeah, no, it's a super unique game. I think that the sort of like playful, intentionally, I will say intentionally crappy, but in a positive way, art style of like all these like janky little bits and like weird lighting and like it's pixely and 3D a little bit, and yeah, it's just such a unique vibe. And also it's like shit, just like it is again in a positive way. It's jangly keys, like oh, fucking numbers, fucking balls
Yeah.
and explosions. Whoa.
And it's also like in that it's also got like a very clear and simple build crafting sensibility about it. And I often find like
Mhm.
build crafting is hard for me to get into just because it's too
I agree.
complicated for me,
Yeah,
if I'm being honest. But
yeah.
like the way that you can synergize two or three items together in Nubbies feels like very clear and very easy for me to grasp. And I often find that like I'm just kind of like child left behind. The picture covering the no on the No Child Left Behind banner. I'm kind of child left behind in most rogue type games.
Hmm.
But not here.
But not us.
Not us. I don't know what that means.
It's an Avengers Endgame reference. Um,
I saw that movie.
you
One
did?
of the
Yeah,
only people in the world to have seen it.
that's a great point. Yeah. I'm going to talk about Sword of the Sea, Abram. We're getting to my top five. Sword of the Sea is all the best parts about all the games that are similar to this,
Yeah.
but it's actually just better of a game. In that, I love Abzu,
Yeah.
I love Journey, I love Flower, I love Sky. I like all of these. Giant Squid, and I love the Pathless. Giant Squid and That Game Company games. Journey is such an iconic game, and it's what I think back on very fondly, and similar to Abzu, but they're not games that the gameplay is particularly remarkable. I love
Yeah.
those games dearly, but I'm not going to replay them because the act of playing them is not the best.
It's the audio visual delight of a game like
Oh yeah,
Absu. That's
yeah,
what it
of
has.
which is
Yeah.
ostensibly unmatched. It's
Yeah.
one of my favorite games of all time.
Same.
And because Sword of the Sea is made by the same team that made Abzu, it retains all of the gorgeous color palette and amazing Austrian wintry score and surrealist imagery and sweeping orchestral moments. The visual clarity and everything. It's building on the exact same framework as Journey and Abzu. Again, two of my favorite games. But also, it's just so fun to play this game because it's Journey and Abzu, but with sick ass Tony Hawk fucking jet powered sword blade fucking crazy ass gameplay. Honest to God, I think eventually will be sort of claimed into the grouping with Abzu and Journey, which are two very revered games, because it maintains all of the qualities of those games, but is a much better gameplay experience.
Sure.
I think it's one of the best looking games I've ever played in my life. I think the score is equally excellent to the Austin Wintory scores that I've loved from these other games. But like, it's like cool, and you get like these upgrades, and you like ride off a thing, and you do a boost trick in midair and land and go. And I'm like, yeah, man. I am surprised it didn't get as much traction as I was hoping for, because the sort of roots that it's building on are widely revered.
Yeah.
But I think people will come to it over time and be like, maybe it is the best of these,
Yeah.
actually.
I don't think I'll come to it, but I think I might think more highly of the game with time.
Yeah, well, no, but you haven't played it.
No, I haven't. But I'd like to.
I genuinely do think you'd like it. It's like a 2.5 hour, highly replayable, fast and gorgeous game.
I saw it in motion for the first time in Donkey's video the other day.
Ah.
It's like, hey, that looks really good.
That's not true. You watched trailers of it. I sat with you and watched trailers of it in PlayStation showcases.
I thought it was an auto battler before I saw Donkey's video. Tucker, I'm gonna do one more that's not a game, and then I promise the rest are games. Okay?
Oh wait. Also, now I hope the game eventually comes to Switch too. But if you want to, you have access to the game because I bought it on PlayStation.
I know.
Yeah.
Last non-game thing. Okay. Watching the Nintendo Direct for March 2025. The Switch 2 Direct was fun.
Yeah.
But the March Direct, I'm not somebody that is often rewatching my own material. This is well documented about me. But I've many times gone back to watch us plus Dan and Bo react to the reveal of Tomodachi Life and react to the reveal of Rhythm Heaven. I thought that was such a fun day. Just because, everybody's pointed in the direction of Switch 2. We're so close to the reveal of Switch 2. And then the leaks start popping up saying there's going to be a Direct before the one happening in like 2 weeks.
Ridiculous.
And you're like, what the fuck?
No. It was like a week earlier.
No, what I'm saying is like when the reporting starts when we're like so close to the big one, and then they're like, here's a little one. And it was a sort of direct that I think is just like illustrative of why Nintendo Directs are really fun, because it's got reveals in there that are so peculiar and are so specific and are there for the people who are dutifully sitting there and recording themselves watching them. And it is just full of strange moments. I love the trailers for Rhythm Heaven and Tomodachi Life and our excitement, and then our Neville disappointment when they say 2026. We still don't have them. And Rhythm Heaven,
we don't even know what.
because Rhythm Heaven is sort of thing,
So
as we
stupid.
say then, and it was a true ad infinitum. Should have been available right that same day.
Yeah.
So I have very fond memories of watching that.
No, Aaron, there was just too many games releasing in that part of the year.
That's true. Everybody was still busy playing Xenoblade Chronicles X Definitive Edition. But no, Nintendo Directs are obviously a key part of any year for us. They sort of monopolize our time and we rearrange things for them.
Yeah.
And of the three this year, I actually think that one was the most delightfully odd.
Sure.
Even though it's like the least consequential by far, is the most fun to me.
There are three moments specifically the Tomodachi Life video reaction that I really love. It's for us, of what we do is I recognize it first,
but you stammer.
I can't remember the name of Tomodachi Life, and so I'm like and so I stammer on it.
Yeah,
and then Bo grabs his mic and leans into it. It's Tomodachi Life, and you and I both at like the exact frame.
Everybody goes, yeah. It's great.
We did the exact same motion, the exact same frame, and those moments are just like, and then we just like, what the fuck? Are you kidding me? Oh my god! Like, yeah, that's one of our great moments, I think.
Yeah, it's one of the awesome Nintendo reveals that you just don't think is going to happen.
No, absolutely. Next up for me is, it's probably the game I came back to the most throughout the year, and in contention with Clutter.
Sure,
but that's Rift of the Necrodancer. This game is very, very, very cool. It is a rhythm game that you might think is similar to a Guitar Hero or Rhythm Heaven, Rock Band or something, where you're pressing the notes as they're coming down at you. Okay, we've all played a game like this before at some point, because that's like the base rhythm game structure, but it ends up feeling so dynamic because the notes are not just you press the coordinated button and it does the thing, but they're they're enemies with attack patterns baked into the rhythm. And so, yeah, there's an enemy that you just slash and it disappears. Great. That's fine. But then there's enemies that you have to hit twice. There's enemies that zigzag back and forth. There's ones that like they'll like juke you, so they're like they appear like halfway through the map, they go and they zip at you, and you have to like guess, or not guess,
Yeah.
but you have to sync to the rhythm. And it's this dynamic version of something that's ultimately not that like what they're doing could be presented as straight up you press the button and the rhythm and you have to match the pattern,
Yeah.
but because it is these animated creatures that you have to remember what they do to like break their shields or match their patterns, or you have to hit them on but like there's it's baked into the style of this game in a way that makes it feel like you are fighting for your life because it is ultimately combat in the world of the game. And I was really taken by it. I think the music is excellent, but it really is how it is a very simple but ultimately very meaningful twist on simple rhythm game structure that makes it so much more engaging to me that I kept revisiting it. I kept wanting to get high scores and this I truly thought it was really really special.
I remember watching you play it when we were on the train to New York to see Switch 2, and just like thinking exactly, you were saying this thing of fighting for your life. I was like, could never fucking
Yeah,
do
no,
this.
no,
And I think that testing you in that way is cool. And this is beautiful art, just really a
yeah,
beautiful game. Obviously I'm a fan of Brace Yourself also because of Cadence of Hyrule. I think it's just very, very cool team.
yes.
Tucker, the next game I want to mention is the Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour. I
Jake Steinberg's rolling in his grave.
hopefully not. I still to this day look at my Switch 2 and get anxious knowing that there is a little bit of water in it, which you learn in Welcome Tour. Because every time I think about that, I'm like, what if it goes away? How am I going to get more in there? I'm not going to sit here and tell you that Welcome Tour is some sort of unimpeachable masterpiece because I'm not interested in that. What I'm interested in is making the case for what this game does to you, which is make you consider the hardware a little bit more specifically.
Yeah.
And I also was so excited because shortly after the Switch 2 came out, I went home for my sister's birthday, and my dad wanted to know about the system. He was so curious, like, what's special about this? What's new? And booting up Welcome Tour was such a great way to demonstrate that to him.
Mm-hmm.
Even more so than like a lot of the more dolled up software, like a 1-2 switch is.
Sure.
Just because this is in being so to the point of just here is with very few bells and whistles. Here's the hardware. Here's what the hardware can do. Check out what happens. Check out how when you open up the kickstand, the system knows what angle it's at. That's not like it's not a particularly amazing party trick, but as this like architectural cliff notes for the machine, I found it to be the perfect way to show him why Nintendo's engineering is interesting and playful. Yeah, this game is going to vanish into the wind. So before it does, I wanted to give it a little nod.
No, I mean I think people are way too harsh on this game.
Yes, I agree.
I think it has issues that we well documented in
Another
our
great video,
very in-depth review of the game. But I think it is one of those things where, to me, I think people expect games to be something, and when they're not, they think that something's fundamentally wrong. Whereas I view the potential of the medium as something much broader than many pieces of software. If you don't want to call Welcome to a game, I can understand that. But interactive software, ultimately video games, what they can do and their intent, I think, can be very different, and I don't think that's explored very much. And I think that Welcome Tour is a great example of that, where if they posted 200 short animated videos on their YouTube channel and it covered all the stuff here, I would never have watched maybe a single even fucking one of those.
Yeah.
And I would never know the things that I now know about Nintendo Switch 2 if that was the case, or especially if it was a fucking blog post, or if it was an ask the developer, which I know they did, but like this is a Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour is a very dry and clinical game, and I think that's an issue. But it's a lot less dry and clinical than a fucking video series or a fucking text or like a magazine would have been, right? Or like an instruction manual that had all these little notes in it. I never would have engaged with those, but I did, and I did all the way through. I didn't get all the medals, but I completed the game and fucking saw the credits or whatever. Or no, there aren't credits in Welcome to. I remember that.
Nope, they're not.
That's stupid. That's bad.
It's the worst part of that game.
But I'm with you. I think about the Switch 2 in a very markedly different way, and appreciate it on a markedly different level than I do any other piece of hardware that I have anywhere around me. Because I know how it works, and I know the thought that went into things that might appear very subtle, but actually are meaningful architectural and engineering design decisions that lead to a system that is a different experience from the previous one. I think about the like millimeters gap that's between the Joy-Con and the body of the system. I think about the fact that, as you mentioned, the system can sense what the angle of the kickstand is. I think about these ways that the system is designed. The one corner on the dock that makes it so it doesn't fall over. Mm-hmm. I'm like, they fucking thought about this stuff, and I would not know these things. And I love fucking knowing things, Abram. I really love knowing things. And a lot of my time is spent reading a Wikipedia article and then trying to find a way to make that Wikipedia article more interesting to me by supplementing it with videos and making lists and doing research and listening to the music of a game or playing it myself. But Nintendo did my research for me and made it engaging enough because I am a little guy walking around and I am doing these little challenges.
Yeah.
It is dry and clinical and not great, but it's kind of like exactly what I want it to be. I don't know. It's really peculiar, and I really think it gets way too much shit because it costs money. Not a lot of money, but a totally fine amount of money in my opinion.
I don't know.
And it's kind of boring. Like, it's educational software. You're 35. You're not fucking supposed to love educational software.
Like, it's not great. Like, we did our whole review. I think that it is unaware of its audience for sure.
Yeah.
I think there's a much better version of Welcome Tour out in the world somewhere in a different but closely related parallel universe. But
yeah,
I live in this one, and I got a lot out of Welcome Tour. So there we go.
Yeah. Shout out to fucking Nintendo Switch 2 Welcome Tour.
Yes.
Next up for me is another game, and I would say that for me, alongside Kyle is Famous and Welcome Tour, actually, one of the games that I played last year that really helped me expand my understanding of what video games could be was a game called Device 6. Device 6 is a Simogo game that was for phones initially, and it uses the fact that this is like a thing, like what you're playing it on. Because I played it on Switch too. It's a system that can be rotated and you can like think about it in different ways. It's not just your hands are on the buttons. Device 6 is a game that is presented largely through text, augmented text, a lot like Kyle's Famous actually. I don't know if there's any like inspirational connection there, but I love both those games. If for a similar reason is that it is text based, but it's like animated poetic text. It's like the sentence as like a narrator's reading it, like scrolls along, and then as it's like, so let's say a character fell down the stairs. It'll be like, fell down the stairs. And they'll be like, boom, boom, boom. And there'll be like a sound effect. And the words will be spaced differently. And then a picture will like kind of come in from the side. And you'll have to like scroll back and forth to kind of like look at it from a slightly different angle. And that'll have a detail in there. And then you like connect a wire as you're like sneaking through a castle. And a wire will go and it'll connect the two pieces of the story together, and you'll get a new path where you can like explore the text in a different way. And then the text will be like upside down, so you have to take your Switch and you have to do this, and then you got to do that, because you're gonna read it upside down. And it's like so dynamic and engaging and fascinating. And I don't know if I find the story great. I don't know if I find the puzzles great. But here's my notes from Device 6.
Yeah.
A lot of fucking weird wacko shit here. midnight, Garden East Castle, life and death, 40 minutes before the hour, southeast. It does this weird puzzly thing where I'm like, all these like fucking strange things actually mean something. Let me put the pieces together. But it's like this fucking crazy text game where you're like turning your switch around and like exploring words and like color and stuff. I'm like, it's so fucking special. I mean, I was just completely floored by the game.
And I believe, hold on, let me verify myself. Let me verify myself. Let me check myself. Let me check myself. Let me verify
Before
myself.
you wreck yourself.
Of course. Of course.
Wouldn't want it would be really awful if those things happened in the opposite order.
They made this game in...
Ah, fuck, I wrecked myself before I checked myself. Shit!
They made that game in 6 months, Tucker.
Shout the fuck out.
6 months. I've been editing Lost and Cult's Simogo book over the last week, and I just find them so interesting. And I'm going to play those games soon.
Yeah,
for sure.
Device 6 is the one to start with, I think.
I'm also interested quite heavily in Sailor's Dream.
Yeah, that you can experience that in like 35 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kirby Air Riders. It's very modular. That's something I really appreciate about it. I feel like I can really like take...
Yeah, you can take the amiibo apart. It's
very true.
You can swap them.
I like how you can look at this game and see the way that Sakurai has taken one idea and taken it as far as you can take it, and pulling it in every direction, pulling that same idea out and stretching it out to make all these use cases for the game that are great in different contexts. Like playing this game by myself, playing this game with my sister, playing this game with you, Dan, Bo, Jake, all these people are different experiences. And there's a different way to tune the game to your audience. That's always been true of Sakurai's games. The level of control you have over speed of game and courses and everything is just very it's very customizable. And I think that Sakurai's ability to make these games that feel like toy boxes, in the sense that they're full of all these little gizmos and gadgets and things for you to mess around with and put together as you see fit, gives me a lot of ownership over a game that is like also like very authored and very specific in how it plays. There's nothing else really like Kirby Air Riders in its speed and in the way that it handles. And yet I feel like for as much as like I see Sakurai staring back at me in the screen, I am kind of in control of how the game is going to play out. And I like that. I like popping up the challenge board and going from the challenge board into a challenge and then modifying the rules and the speeds and the racers and everything to be the version of the challenge that I want to defeat. And it just doesn't end. It's endless, the amount of fucking things you can do in this game and unlock and fiddle with. And you know, I don't think that this is the strongest style of game that Sakurai makes, for sure. But I find it so fascinating, especially as I'm playing something like City Trial and competing against myself really more than I'm competing against anyone else.
Yeah, of course.
It's very singular in that way. I'm not that much of a fan of the original Kirby Air Riders. I think I like that game a lot more as an idea than as a fully fleshed out game, because I don't think it is that. But I think that it was really taken to its conclusion in Kirby Air Riders, and whether it's something that I've sat down with myself to really focus on, or a game that I've used as a conduit to hang out with other people through, I've just loved my time with Kirby Air Riders, it's just one of those, like a Smash Brothers, like a Meteos, like any Sakurai game, that's just always going to be loaded and not far out of my recently played at any given time. So big surprise that even happened, and bigger surprise that without upsetting the apple cart really almost at all, Sakurai made something that I feel is meaningfully better than what came before.
But by what you mean Kirby Air Ride?
Yeah, like it's not that different from Kirby Air Ride, but at the same time in everything that's tuned.
Oh, well,
and every Titan screw together, they make this much more sturdy thing.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, it's funny how similar the games are, to the point where, like, there aren't even like that different of game modes.
Yeah.
Like, it's kind of like the same game, but like he just like, you know what it is, Abe? It's a Kirby Air Ride remake.
I don't think so. I think that because people say that, but I don't agree because it's by the time you're changing the speed of the game, you change the number of races in the game. You're it's a remake in the way that Smash Ultimate is a remake, which is to say, not really. It just has the content of the last thing, and it's quite similar.
I think it's a remake in the way that like Resident Evil 2 is a remake,
I just don't
where
think
it's
so.
like it's the same structure and content and concept, but it's got more on the edges, and it's polished, which the originals weren't.
I don't know,
You're wrong. You're wrong. It's okay. You're wrong. No, don't worry about it.
but also it's not. It's an iterative sequel. There's like a name for what it
Yeah,
is.
yeah, kind of.
It has
But like,
entirely new tracks. Like like Mario Kart 8 doesn't have new
yeah,
modes in Mario Kart 7, but it's a sequel to Mario Kart 7.
no, it's okay. You're wrong. It's okay. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Uh, let's finish this up. We're in our top two.
Yes.
My number two is Date Everything. This is the final game here on my list that is a Dev Dive alumnus here. Because I got to talk to Ray Chase, the director of the Date Everything. And it is one of the most insane fucking projects of a fucking video game that I've ever seen in my life. I'm going to go to the Date Everything Sassy Chap Games website here real quick. Date Everything. Dateeverything.com. Because I want to get a statistic here that just goes to show that they did not fart this fucking game out. This was a labor of love in such insane ways because this game has over. Actually, you know what? Let's play a little game here. How many images? How many hand-drawn images are in Date Everything?
Oh, I have no idea.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
300, I don't know.
Is that a lot?
Hand drawn.
11,000.
What?
11,000 hand-drawn images and Date Everything. Hey, how many voice lines?
Oh, that's gonna be a crazy number. I don't know. Oh dear, I don't know. I'm gonna say 2,000. I don't know.
No, 70,000.
Holy fuck! See, I got no idea. I have no idea.
I mean, this game is operating on a scale that is fucking it straight up is like Baldur's Gate 3 in this. In terms of like amount of characters and depth of like the possibility of the storyline stuff. As I've learned a little bit more about specifically dating simulators this year, I've played games like How to Have a Boyfriend and Doki Doki Literature Club in previous years, but I've played sort of the more classical roots of it. The concepts are usually boiled down to like 4 or 5 routes of the people that you can end up. And I talked about that with Clanad earlier in the list, and that's a very archetypical example. There, actually, that one has like 8 or 9 routes that you can take, but this has 100. Like it's straight up it's like 20 times bigger than these other fucking games. Like what the fuck? What? You guys are crazy. And even in that, it has the production level of everything is voice acted. The entire fucking game is voice acted, and not even like you play like a Fire Emblem or whatever, and you're like you'll get like specific lines that are voice acted, and then some of the lines that are like just like they say the first word of the sentence or whatever. They completely voice acted the whole thing. Gives the character so much personality alongside with the excellent art. But also it is a little mini open world of the house that you can explore and choose who you want to interact with at what pace you want to. There's no like deadline. You finish the game when you want to. You can actually just go to the front door and click A on it, and then it'll play the fucking credits. But that flexibility is so fascinating when rigidity is something that's quite prevalent in dating sims, in visual novels, and again, it's just a commitment that is like you presented very, very big numbers. And if you sat there and you drew 300 images for me, I'm like, that's a fucking time commitment.
Yeah.
Good job, man. You were straight up off by like 300 times.
Yeah, I got no idea.
I mean, it's like no, that's not true. No, that's I fucking did my math wrong.
It made sense to me.
It's like 30 plus times. It's amazing. I mean, it's truly a awe-inspiring story of collaboration and creation to make a game on this scale with a team of like 12 people. I mean, it's just it's really, really impressive, and it's just A lot of great characters in there. A lot of great fucking characters. I love so many of these characters, and their storylines are so interesting, and the way that they then interact with each other, and you can get them to hate you, and they'll tell someone else, and then they'll start to hate you. It's like it's this really dynamic and evolving experience that is totally like any other. And I was absolutely floored by it. I think it's a truly special game.
Cool. I like that. I like that you found this passion for these sorts of visual novels and all kinds of visual novels this year. I kind of feel like you're like the preeminent visual novel and kinetic novel guy in my life. Like, no one's ever said to me before, like there's a difference between a visual novel and kinetic novel. No one's ever said that to me before.
Yeah. Yeah. And I've had some conversations about this year. Because a lot of people would say, like, that's not even really a video game. And I'm like, you just don't like it. That's okay.
Yeah.
You don't have to like it. But you're drawing an arbitrary line and say, like, there's like a disconnect between there are people in fucking individual novels, and that's all they do. And there's not a lot of crossover. And maybe in things like Doki Doki Literature Club, which definitely had like its spotlight in the sun, or a Phoenix Wright, which has these puzzle elements to it. So when you like change it from a visual novel into something that's part visual novel, people like it, but like there's just this disconnect. That's something else. It's not for me.
There's a lot of subcultures like that just like don't come up for air very often. Same as like people who are like super hardcore into rhythm games, but not like Beat Saber and Rift and Necrodancer and Guitar Hero, but like Tunithm and My and fucking all kinds of stuff.
Are those real things?
Yeah.
You're talking past me.
Yeah.
That's fucking crazy. Choo Choo and Nai.
Those are My Green. MAI Green.
Aren't the My those little collectibles in Link Between Worlds?
Yeah, actually I think so.
MAI game. What the fuck is that? Oh, I've seen that. I didn't know this was called My. That's fucking crazy.
Tucker, my second to last game, again, this isn't ranked. This certainly is not my second favorite game I played this year, but Suika Game Planet, I want to shout out.
Oh, sure.
I think Suika Game Planet does a great job of saying, hey, look, there's a problem with puzzle games. When you're making a sequel, what do you do here? Yeah. How do you keep the essence, but make it meaningfully different? And Tetris tried innumerable times, and like none of those games have like any real significance. Yeah. But I think that Suika Game Planet,
like you don't even know what's different about Tetris 2.
Yeah, I know, but
and that's the sequel to Tetris.
Yeah, and then they got like your Faces Tris 3 and all kinds of shit. Yeah, but
Jesus fucking. Hold on, who's the director of Faces Tris? Can we get a fucking Faces Tris 3 dev dive going on? I doubt it.
Probably.
That guy's probably
dead. They're probably not dead, but they're probably like 79.
Ed Bogus! Shout out to Ed Bogus. Oh no, he's a composer. And I will do some research on this later.
Yeah.
Suika Planet.
Suika Planet is obviously, it has so much of a Suika game just transposed for it. Same music, same progression of fruit.
Really?
Yeah.
The same fucking song.
Same song.
I like the song. Don't get me wrong.
Fuck you. Same progression.
Make another goddamn song.
Yeah. Yeah, I would have made another song, but what do I know? A same progression of fruit, same core idea. It's all here. But because you're like going around the Suika sphere now, you have to think, your spatial awareness has to be calibrated differently. And it also it's asking you to do things differently, but it's also understanding where it fell a bit short last time. So you're playing Suika Game 1 and you drop a fruit in there and it makes an explosion, and a piece of fruit just peeks at the top of the play field. Even if it had plenty of room to fall back down into it, the game's over. It's not the case here. It gives you a little 5-second warning if the bubble's about to pop because there's too much fruit pushing against the edge, and you've got those 5 seconds to do something about it.
That's cool.
And so it is a refined version of the first game, but it's also a version that just asks you to apply the same general strategies to a different shaped field that fundamentally asks you to deploy your knowledge differently. I find it a lot more fun than the first Suika game. I think the first Suika game is cool, and I put a lot of hours into it, but it gets a little bit repetitive,
Sure.
just because there's like not the same breadth of possibility that you might have playing Tetris or something.
Mm.
But I think that Planet does a lot to add and complicate without upending, which I think is hard to do.
Yeah, yeah. I'm just thinking about how when Suika game came out, people were presenting it as Japan's hardest game. You remember that?
And by people, we mean Ludwig.
No, it was a bunch of
Yeah,
streamers like
yeah,
telling each other
yeah.
that. I thought it was really funny. And also, I just purchased Suika Game Planet. It's so funny. There's a Switch 1 version and a Switch 2 version. I'm just gonna buy the Switch 2 version. I don't think I sincerely fucking doubt they're meaningfully different.
Probably not.
Suika Game Planet Switch 1 costs $3, and Suika Game Planet Switch 2 costs $3.75. What the fuck are you doing with those extra 75 cents? That's crazy.
Maybe
What are we
like
doing?
contributing to a retirement plan.
Ah, that guy's got fucking plenty enough money. Let me tell you, for a $3 game. Yeah, I'm gonna give it a try. I'm excited. Excited to see because I do like Suika Game quite a bit. And I
Yeah.
like that song. I wish there was a different song though.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. I talked to Mean Game about Date Everything, and how it's got 100 fucking characters and it's fully voice acted and everything. But my number one game of this year that I played in 2025 is Katoa Shoujo. Do you know what Katoa Shoujo is?
I'm not aware of this one.
You've never heard of Katoa Shoujo?
Not
Okay.
aware of this one.
So there's a lot of dating. What you're opening your mouth like it's a thing.
I think this
Yeah.
is the one that made you cry a lot.
Correct. Yes. Correct.
That's all I know about it.
Yes. There's a lot of dating sims out there, a lot of visual novels out there where you're a fucking high school kid, college kid, whatever, and you got some cute girls you can go out with. All right. This is parodied to shit and back, and it's made fun of quite a bit.
Yeah.
Because it is very rote. But what Katoa Shoujo is that, but, and this sounds like a massive gimmick, but it's really meaningful, is that you are a guy, I don't remember the main character's name off the top of my head, but a guy who has basically a heart attack, and you can't like just go to a normal school anymore. You got to go somewhere that is for people with disabilities, where they can like keep an eye on you and like make sure you don't like overexert yourself. And
Yeah.
there's doctors there if like you end up passing out. And so it's a story about someone who lived their life as not disabled, coming to terms with the fact that they now have a disability, and how does that impact their self-worth, that kind of thing. Face value. Oh wow, that is a really touchy subject. Can you think of a game that talks about that? I fucking can't. I don't know if I've ever like fucking Jake Gyllenhaal movie Stronger. Okay, there we go. Like I found a fucking comparable. But disability is something that games never really touch on. But it's core to this game, because at this school is people with all sorts of disabilities. People who are blind, who are deaf, who are missing limbs. People with psychological disabilities. And again, I could maybe name like a character who's blind, but they're fucking Daredevil or like whatever, and they can do a bunch of backflips because they're blind. Like video games and generally media storytelling stray away from sincerely tackling disability as a major topic. And so in this game, I positioned who the main character is, and you come to meet a selection of 5 different girls who then you can learn about and romance. It's a dating sim. And there's a girl who is a like part of the track team, but she's a W amputee. She doesn't have legs. And so she has these like, fucking springy, whatever. I don't know what they're called, but the prosthetic legs that are for running. And that impacts her life in certain ways. And there's a girl without any arms. She has neither arm. So she like sits in a classroom by herself at lunchtime, and she holds a fork between her toes and like eats like that. And it's like, oh, like I never even thought about what fucking someone's life would be like if they had that. There's a blind girl that's quote unquote like the only thing wrong with her, but how does that impact her life? She's also like mixed race, so she's like feels a little bit out of place there. And there's a girl who has like very severe burns on her face, and that like impacts her self-worth and these kind of things. And so you get to know these characters, and you really go deep in the ways that their disabilities impact their lives, the way they see themselves, the way other people see them, the way other people treat them, but also that's not all who they are. Emmy, the girl who doesn't have any legs, is a racer, and she also has a bubbly personality and wants to be a part of the fucking like school board and stuff. And at a certain point, the disability becomes meaningful, but also ancillary to who they are as a person. And I just think it's really well written, and it covers a topic that is so sensitive, and it does it with fucking aplomb. And the origin story behind this game is really interesting in that it was a bunch of people who were fans of visual novels who had never made a visual novel before, meeting through 4chan and making a game studio. And it's like, holy shit. Like, that doesn't happen very often. And it happens to be a fucking excellent game, not particularly long. It is free on Steam. If this intrigues you at all, if visual novels or dating sims intrigue you at all, it is free on Steam. I cannot stress this enough. This game is free for you to go download. It's one of the most impactful stories I've ever experienced. I thought it was fucking absolutely phenomenal.
How did you find this?
I was looking into visual novels, and this is like it's kind of a notorious one.
Yeah.
Like, what if 4chan made a dating sim? A lot of people say that.
Sure.
But that's how I found it.
And it's your favorite visual novel, would you say? The one that's touched you the
So
most?
so far, yeah. Mm-hmm. Definitely. Yeah.
Is this the one that inspired you to seek out more, or is this
No.
this one came?
This was along the path.
Sure. Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's very cool. That's very, very cool.
It's fucking really, really, really interesting. Yeah.
I also just think that's a cool thing for your favorite game of the year, because I think it really illustrates the type of year you had.
Sure.
Just so different. Like, I don't think you could have imagined yourself going into 2025 with everything coming down the pipeline, saying your favorite game of the year would be this freeware visual novel.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really cool.
I think that's true of
A lot of things on your list.
of almost everything on my list. I think that's part of why I chose these games.
Yeah.
Is almost everything on here was a surprise to me. I probably would have been able to guess that I would like Still Makes it Deep. I probably would have guessed I would like Ghost of Yotei, a Split Fiction for sure.
Yeah.
But The Altars, Evil West, Blood, Kala's Famous, Clutter, Device 6, Cosmo Shoujo, like, these are all massive surprises to me. And it really came from me pushing my boundaries and being like, all right, I'm just going to fucking actually try Power Wash Sim. And I'm like, oh wait, I fucking really like this.
Tucker, my last thing here is a series. I'm simply giving this slot, and it's auspicious that I worked out this way. I'm giving this slot to Metroid Prime as an idea.
Sure. Yeah, because you played all 4 of the games this year.
I played 5 because I played Hunters.
I
played Hunters for the first time this year. I replayed 1 to 3, and I of course got to play 4, and I beat 4 twice last year. Mm-hmm. So a lot of my year was either spent playing Metroid Prime or thinking about Metroid Prime. I have countless messages with Brendan going back and forth from the beginning of the year about what was going to happen with Prime 4. And I think as Prime 4 becomes sort of less of a amazement in its existence and more of a tangible thing that I've sat with and spent more time with, I think I've kind of come to understand a little bit better what that game is doing for me and where it's falling short. And I think it's falling short in many ways. I ended up fortunate that today's the day we're recording, because I just published something about my thoughts on the game as they've evolved and changed over the last couple months. But there's no doubt that the specter of this game has just dominated my year, and having the opportunity to play through all the games back to back like this, and really go into Prime 4, having waited so long with such an acute sense of what I want out of a Metroid Prime game, and to be able to hold 4 up against the others and say, okay, well, this is what it gave me that I appreciate, and this is where it is in some ways a like a beleaguered version of itself. Was a really important exercise for me. I think it brought me a lot closer to these games. And in addition to just the joy of getting to revisit them, I think it really prompted me to think a lot about why I'm playing games. And it gave me an opportunity to write many things that I found to be among the best things I've written. Just because I think these games really inspire a curiosity in me. In a way that is in some ways more meaningful than the games themselves. and you know, I think that's going to be Metro Prime 5. It seems like they're it's building Retro back up to be able to make these kinds of games at, I think, a higher quality in a shorter period of time than it took to make 4, which is exciting, obviously. But there's never going to be an opportunity, a juncture like this again, where a series like this can come back and be this interesting object and experience that kind of defies uh it kind of, for me, kind of defied take having, because I think that it's Prime 4 is like is like so narrowly playing the hits of what a Metroid game is, and it's reliant on you wanting to play those hits to be successful. And I think it's inspired a lot of interesting conversations, and I really resonate with anybody who thinks this game is awful to excellent. And so I've really just had a great time spending time with Prime as a saga this year. Um, yeah, yeah. I think even though Bonanza is my favorite game of the year, Prime dominated it more than anything.
Yeah, it's one that I found very fascinating to keep up with in an interesting way. And I finished the game, what, 3 or 4 days after it came out. And we did our review, and it's a really excellent review. But I think it was because it came out just as people were really busy with like end of the year game of the end of the year lists, the game awards and stuff like that, and then the holidays. Is that people were kind of playing it at different paces, and so I've really found that over the course of the last almost 2 months at this point, that reviews have really been like trickling out from different people. Over the course of the last week, I watched both the Some Call Me Johnny, Johnny versus Metro Prime 4 video, and Woodhawker's review of the game.
Yeah.
And it's really been interesting, like watching the conversation of this game continue to be discussed. And I think because of its how divisive it is, it's one of the games that I think people stay closest to the design of. Like, I mean, I have heard fucking everything that you can possibly hear about, like, the way that the combat is paced and the way that you collect the different upgrades,
Yeah.
and the way that, like, the levels are structured. I mean, like, this is, like, some really granular stuff, whether it's praising the game or tearing it down. There's not as much narrativization as I think many games get, where like this is what the game is. I really think that a lot of the conversation has been like super tight to like literally what is in the game and what is it like playing it. And I've really found that to be rewarding to keep up with as someone who played the game and has found it very challenging and engaging to think about what game design is and where it works for different people.
Yeah. Yeah. You know, I didn't expect it was going to be what it is. For better and worse.
Yeah.
You know, I just think I think from when they showed it last June, I had like a very
last June.
Yes, I think I had like a very narrow sense of what the game's quality would be and who it would speak to, and it's not that in any way. And
Yeah.
I'm what I think I'm really looking forward to most is playing it for a third time in like 6 months from now,
Sure.
when I'm entirely out of the afterglow of its release, and just getting a really clear sense of in what ways I find it to be the game I want it to be, and in what ways I think it's just not capable of being that. And I find the candid way with which Nintendo has spoken about the game also to be quite interesting. The idea that Famitsu interview, they're like, we know that the game is a little bit out of step with convention, but we had no choice. There was restarting again was not an option. I found that to be very interesting, and it ended up being sort of a way in for this piece I ended up writing about kind of my inability to really land on how I feel about the game. And so yeah, I found it to be a very enriching experience, especially listening to a lot of criticism of it. So yeah. It's been a great year for games. It's for my experience with them. It's one of my favorite years of playing in quite a while. So yeah, there's 2025. and like 2,025 hours worth of video just about on the games we played.